All right, straight live, no countdown, no nothing. It's Spidey's Outback time. Yes, I'm inside because it is fucking hot over here. It's 38 degrees Celsius with about 70% humidity for obviously the Fahrenheit people. That's about 100 degrees roughly. Still the same, obviously, percentage. It is fucking hot. So yes, I'm inside. It's horrible lighting. I don't care. I'm cooler in here than I am out there. Let's get the show started. So let's roll that intro.
Say goodbye to Remy's place. Looking for my friends on a Saturday. Where's Fantastic Lady, Chip and Journey, Beckerman and Robbie Fat Stacks? And they're like, don't you watch MadSpidey'S Outback? Where Lemmy shows up just like that. Live chat here with YouTubers. You better sub, bring a comic cover.
Bow down, bitches. Gobble, gobble, whack, bitches.
My best mate, Lee Simon Sorrow. A Lee meme with some muscle. On here, you better watch your language, or you won't get any of his Vegemite sandwich. Freaky Sid, I come from MadSpidey'S Outback. Talking comics and some smack. Welcome all to MadSpidey'S Outback. You better sub, bring a comic cover, yeah.
All right, we do have some people waiting in the wings. We will bring them all on. We'll bring on Mr. TM Nerdy himself.
What's up?
How are you, Mr. Canada?
Hello, MadSpidey. Thank you for inviting me on tonight's Outback. I'm ready to ready to have some fun.
As long as you don't fall asleep. The King of New York is here, or should I say the Rat King of New York is here, in the car as usual on a Saturday night, driving around, causing trouble.
What is up, everybody? I missed you guys.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks since you've jumped on.
It's been a few weeks, man. My wife has been home those days, so she's like, "No, you're not getting on." I'm like, "All right, okay, honey. What are we doing? Let's cuddle." And
And then she's like, I don't know what to do. And then you're like, well, I could have just gone on it anyway.
Yeah, right.
Next man to jump in is a part of the Council of Comics. He's got one of the most infectious smiles of the greatest dimples in YouTube. It is Cliff. I just thought I'd add to the talk backstage to that.
Thank you. I was like, I know I got the dimples.
And also one of my favorite people on YouTube. He is the man, he is the myth, he is the legend, Mr. Rob Fatstacks of Comics.
My wife says I can't get on either, but I think she means something else.
Yeah. And that's what she said, literally.
I can send you a book on that, Rob.
Well.
As long as it has pictures.
It's going to have pictures, and you can also scan codes to watch videos online to talk you through it.
Ooh.
Right, because a lot of it involves conversation to get the thing you're looking for.
Conversation or permission?
Conversation and permission, like all of that. It's a lot. It's a lot about like talking, seeing the real feelings of a situation, and then
seems like you're teaching me kung fu now.
It's metaphysical male-female kung fu is what it is. It's hilarious. And every time I watch this dude, I love him. But all I think is, oh my God, you straights are so depressing with this stuff.
All right, we will say hello to
I'm really just being facetious and playing off of his words, but I mean,
that's okay. It gave me a moment to talk about that.
Yeah, slide something in there, right?
Las Gracious, as always.
As they
Bet,
say, just
bet,
slide
bet,
something in there.
bet 4
Slip
hours
it in your
ago.
DMs.
All right. I'll be on this back row for a little bit.
All right. Kev was in nice and early as well, a few hours early. Obviously, hello from you.
Move him to the back. You don't need to look at his black screen.
Izzyverse, obviously we know is here. Rob is here. We know Miss So is lurking and playing games. And I was able to meet Dave in real life this morning.
Oh.
He's a lot taller than I thought he would be. We're not going back to the height discussion thing, but looking from the camera, I thought he would have been like one of those 5-pound poms that's, about 5 foot tall or whatever like that. But he is like a good couple of inches taller than me, and I'm 6 foot. So
now, in my experience, you Australians are nice and tall.
I just love listening to people who tell us are holier than us with their metric system and say things like, "Oh, he's 6 feet tall."
Oh my God! Did you see this video of this couple in Canada? And
I
the
posted
husband comes in and he's like, "Oh, it's brick outside," and she goes, "Oh,
Yeah,
really?"
I posted it.
Oh, you posted it? Oh my God, I love it! It's great.
To the Comic Vets channel.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize. That's hilarious. That's great.
Yeah.
We have one more person waiting in the wings. Mr. Hulk 180 himself, Papa Wheelie, is in the house.
Hey, he's not here right now.
Yeah, say that.
Yeah. I did give it to him though for you today. Yeah, it was implied.
It was heavily implied when he mentioned the old name of your channel and you phantom zoned him. I loved it.
Well, that was because he was starting to pull out something that wasn't what he was supposed to pull out.
That was another reason to phantom zone him.
That's right.
So yeah, so I was lucky because I scheduled this for half an hour later than I normally would, just in case I didn't make it, because it's about an hour drive away. Mm-hmm. We're able to get in early before everybody else. We sort of snuck in. Met Dave. I literally spent 3/4 of my money with Dave before the show had even opened. And then the last part of it, I was just like, okay, we'll say our goodbyes. And then I stumbled across one more book that caught my eye, and I went, bang, I'm having that. I didn't have enough money, but I know the dealer, so he's like, just PayPal me the money or whatever on Wednesday when you get paid. I'm like, sweet. And you can take the book now.
So I want to know what fun things did you come home with?
That's a nice deal.
I came with.
I like how it's a nice deal. We don't even know what the book is yet.
It doesn't matter. The fact that you were able to walk away with a book without having to pay it up front.
Oh, I had $150 cash on me. It was a $250 book.
So you gave him what you had, and then you paid the rest.
I gave him what I had, and he goes, just give me the rest.
But that's still cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
So, but yeah, no, it's I put a massive dent in my Werewolf by Night and Tomb of Dracula runs, which is awesome.
Ooh,
because they are so super rare over here. Dave gave me a handful of books for nothing as well.
Aww.
So very kind to his heart. So when I release the video, because I did do some footage and things like that, I'll do a whole part of that as part of that video, probably later tonight or tomorrow. And then I will show you what I actually picked up. So very, very happy with it was a decent stack of books. So
nice. And I got a decent stack of books sitting here that I'm waiting for one book that I had picked up for you. That I'm waiting for it to show up. And once it shows up, then I can ship this all to you.
Ah, awesome. Kelly, what is it with the hot dogs, people? Yes.
I don't know. And I feel
they want to slip their wiener between your buns.
They've been watching too many only
I feel indirectly responsible for it, but I kind of love it.
No, it's Matt. Bay is the one that instigated all this. He's the problem.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, I feel like it was. Well, I don't know if it was instigated by his love of hot dogs and me loving a good wiener. But my point is, there's some crossover there, and I feel partially responsible.
There's nothing like a good Frank.
And he does. Well, Matthew does meet my he meets my criteria.
And And Mr. Freaky Louie is in the house. I don't know whether he'll join or not, but
I thought he was joining us live, and I was like, gonna get all excited.
I will send him the link to tempt him. Whether he bites or not is another question.
His
Louie...
birthday video for Rob was one of my favorites. His arms were looking good.
Whoa!
I one day hope to be bit stacks. Yeah, I'm
Look
not working hard enough
at
achieving that.
Still young enough.
There we go. All right, so Loowee has the link, so if he does want to grace us with his presence, he is more than welcome, as always. Yeah, I'm waiting for Force Labs to come in. You've been cleaning up, Papa.
Papa, you are fucking kidding. Oh my God, I'm sorry. You were killing it.
Swear, yeah, that's.
Wait. Are you apologizing for cussing, Cliff?
Like
what
one
the
time
fuck,
I
man?
cussed on your show, and I was like, "Oh no, you told me there was only one rule."
Yeah.
Hey, Tate. Yeah, no, that's a lot. I'm not really fussed about that thing. It's only the getting cancelled for like nudity and things like that I.
Nudity is extreme. Okay, even I'm not going to go down that road.
Oh no! Well, CJ last week showed a book with blatant boobs right on the front cover, sort of thing.
Did he do it quickly?
No.
Ugh.
So I'm like, I haven't had no warnings or anything about it or anything like that. So it might be in the clear, but yeah, cussing is fine. Cussing's fine.
Technically, it is art, and your channel is made for children.
Thank you, Remy.
It is artistic impression. It is not the actual thing.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. But I have
no,
friends.
you can give it to me, Papa. Don't give it to these guys. These guys can get that book any day. I can never get that book.
Keep it.
Yeah.
Not never. Just start saving up to come visit us in 2025.
No, I got a question for everybody on this panel. What's a big key? Like, okay, we'll throw Hulk 181 in. Like, if I got a Hulk 181 and I would probably trade it for something else I'd want in my collection. What's a big book that everybody goes for that you wouldn't want in your collection and you would trade for something else?
Well, there's nothing I would trade
Book in my collection.
I don't have any doubles of any big books, so I wouldn't.
No. Like what's a key book?
Name not a trade. Name a book that could end up in your hands, right? Like, let's say DC Comics Presents 25 is the first appearance of the new Teen Titans, something like that. It's like that's in your hands in an 8.5. You don't even like slabs to begin with, much less it's the Teen Titans. You don't care. So, like, you've got that. What would you trade it for that's of similar caliber that you really do want in your collection?
That's a tough question.
Spotlight 5 would be nice.
Well, look at that.
Not exactly equivalent to DC Comics Presents, but that's okay.
Hey, Mike. Swinging
so
by the Smart Show.
So you're referring to a major key book, right? Okay. A blue chip major key that you don't care for.
Yeah, and you trade it for a key that you would like. So like Hulk 181, I would trade it for, like, let's say the first appearance of the JSA.
Okay. So you would trade a Hulk 181 for a JSA?
Isn't that like a golden age big dollar book? Like a massive dollar book?
It is.
JSA or JSL?
JSA. Yeah, it would be a golden age book, but Hulk 181 goes for quite a bit. It wouldn't be like a high grade of JSA, but I don't know, trying to think of something.
You take a decent grade Hulk 181.
I got it. Here's what it is. I will trade a Famous Funnies #1 for an Action Comics #1. Because I could care less about Famous Funnies.
Famous Funnies 1 go for anywhere near that kind of run?
What was that? I don't know. I don't care. It's just a famous. It didn't have to match. You didn't say it had to be of equal value.
Well, in that case, geez.
Well, it kind of would, because you're kind of trading it for that one, so you'd have.
Well, you mentioned a major key, though. It's still a major key.
The original question that was asked, however, what major key that you might be able to come into would you then turn around and be willing to trade it for something else? Not necessarily that you had to identify what book you were going to trade it for in the defense, just so that you would trade it towards something else, whether it was straight up, whether it was credit towards or something else. So, for the longest time, I used to say I don't care about GSX1, right? And so I used to say GSX.
Big dollars, Papa.
I'll do that all day long. But now I have GSX1 and I changed my mind. That's my problem is I probably, I could say that right now. I don't really care about Fantastic Four 1 or X-Men #1. But then once I have them, I go, yeah, but it is a major key. So why don't I hold on to it? Because I'm weird like that.
Well,
so I'm not sure.
I would have
something like a GSX, right? That's a kind of book that's obtainable, I would say. It's still a major key, but it's an obtainable key, I would say.
If you have
well, nobody said it had to be unattainable. Just a big key that you would trade for something else or trade towards something else.
Yeah, because that is a key that a lot of people try to go for.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to think. Something that I wouldn't necessarily, if it was something that I wouldn't necessarily, that I could come into, that I wouldn't necessarily be interested in holding on to, would be something maybe like Brave and the Bold 1. I don't care for that whole the Knights cover. I don't, or the was it Showcase? I can't remember the number, but it's first Aquaman. I really don't care about Aquaman.
Trade for something I want. And I think it would my initial thought was it'd be like, okay, what do I already have to trade for something that I want even more? And it's like, well, I don't trade any of this stuff I've already got because that's why I wanted it. I don't buy things to flip things. If I had some big independent or big DC keys or something like that by chance, I would definitely trade it for something that I wanted, obviously, if it was of, relative value, obviously.
But you wouldn't turn it down if you somehow came across a book that was a major key. You don't necessarily care for it, but you gifted it. Like, you got Grandpa's Inheritance or something, and he had a whole bunch of comics in the attic.
Like, let's say you won a major key, and it's not a major key that you want, but you can trade it for something that you would want.
First Green Lantern. I don't give a shit.
I like Green Lantern.
No, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. First Hal Jordan Green Lantern. How's that? If it's as I say that with a Green Lantern sitting book right behind me, and I don't care about Hal Jordan's first appearance, to be honest. But if it was Alan Scott's first appearance, that's a different ball of wax.
Yeah, and I think it would I would be happy if I had, say for argument's sake, if I had a Brave and the Bold 28, right? Like that's a book that quite a lot of people are after. It's a decent dollar book.
Yeah, we'd have to talk.
And I wanted a Marvel Spotlight 5, which is still a great book, but it's probably a lesser dollar value book. I would probably, as long as it's not like $1,000 or $2,000 difference. If it's like a couple $100 difference, I want that Spotlight 5.
That'd be an interesting
I would just
conundrum.
trade it.
I have a Marvel Spotlight 5, and I want a Brave and the Bold 28. Would I trade my Ghost Rider for the Brave and the Bold?
Say I wouldn't. You might, but I wouldn't.
I might, only because depending upon what it is, I know I can get the Ghost Rider again. I mean, I can get. Don't get me wrong, I can get the other, but I mean, if it meant like, that'd be interesting.
It is crazy to me how affordable DC keys that are way older than Marvel counterparts, right? Like, I'm looking at the first appearance of the Suicide Squad, which is Brave and the Bold 25, and the high for that book is $4,500, and it was published in 1959, right? Like, Okay.
It's
Silver
a
Age.
Marvel market, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's-
it has everything to do with media, like pop culture and how they feel towards Marvel books. Because when you look at Marvel books, Silver Age Marvel books, right? The true Marvel. Let's say not the Timely or Atlas books, but the Marvel, the Stan Lee Kirby era. All those books are like hot commodities. All of them. People love those characters, as opposed to the DC characters from the Golden Age, with the exceptions of like the major characters. Who really cares about our man? You know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff.
Oh, he's talking about here. He's taking a Silver Age team, a team of
Yeah.
villains. So it's really not even an A. It's actually quite a bit, Cliff. Because actually, really, if you think about it, it's a B book. It's not an A. It's not an level A book, right? Because
Yeah.
Suicide Squad is a secondary team.
But I was gonna say I would call them B plus because they've now been in a TV series. They've got 2 movies. You've got the Peacemaker spinoff. So
You
it's
got the
not
video
like
game coming out. They're no longer a C team.
They're no longer C level.
yes,
Yeah,
they're
we
not.
got
They're
two
not.
two books coming out too. Like that's crazy.
They may be high B, but they're still B level, right? So for $4,000-$5,000 range for a high grade book on that doesn't seem out of range if you start looking at some of those. If you start looking at Marvel characters that are B level characters, or you could even find an equivalent type of team book. I don't think that's too far out of line.
Yeah. And the way I look at the Suicide Squad is the same way I look at Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh my God, that's exactly who I was just looking up.
Yeah. Because when you look at the original Guardians of the Galaxy, let's be honest, no one gives a damn about those people, right?
Whereas I knew about them before I knew about the new ones.
I knew about them too. I used to collect the Valentino books. I got mostly the whole run. So that version of the Guardians of the Galaxy, they're not popular. Even though they showed up in the second movie, no one cares. Everybody cares about the Star-Lord group, right? Which is really the Infinity Watch when you really pay attention to it. That version of the Guardians of the Galaxy, that's the one that matters to people. So I could understand like a book like Suicide Squad because it doesn't feature all the major characters that were from the movie.
I agree.
What about rarity wise? Would first Suicide Squad, regardless of the age, would it still be a harder book to locate than first Guardians of the Galaxy?
Wow, Guardians of the Galaxy, their first team appearance in Marvel Heroes 18, the high on that book is 850, and that was published 10 years later in 1969. So that was
sometimes people go on rarity as well, like because one book might be newer, but it might be rarer. So some people would do that. They'll put that into consideration too.
It clearly doesn't seem rare enough. Now, the one that could put up a decent fight is Tales to Astonish 13, the first Groot, because
Yes,
we're like,
I love that book.
where Groot is just like an alien creature, I think, attacking the planet, right? Yeah, the monster from Planet X.
Well, that's the Groot prototype rather than being actual Groot.
Right, but it does fall under Guardian Keys, so I'm gonna let
still,
them have it.
It's still classified as the first appearance of Groot because he is named as Groot on the actual book itself. If he was named something else,
if I remember correctly,
the Hulk too. They did the same thing with the Hulk.
yes,
yeah.
And what do you call it?
I
DJ
forgot which
Lynch
issue was it.
But yeah, I'd still like that book. That'd be a nice book to get.
But the Groot prototype in a high end, that book goes for 10,000.
That's a rare book too. Like I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a hard book to get because that's before Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
So-
and at least it was published in 1960. So I could, even though this is not a team book, at least this and the Brave and the Bold 25 hold a candle to each other.
Do you think the market's going to change once Superman Legacy and whatever other movie James Gunn comes out with? Do you think like the people are going to start specking on a lot of DC comics?
If they are
They'll be
successful,
specking, but it's not going to be the
absolutely.
same. They'll be specking, but they're not going to be the same.
Yeah.
I can't think of a time, in all fairness, I can't think of a time that DC outperformed Marvel as far as popularity goes, like to the public, to the general public. It's, with the exception of like Batman or something like that, it's very hard for DC to outperform Marvel.
Dude,
because Marvel is extremely popular.
If there was ever a moment in time for them to strike and possibly hit oil, this is it. Because Marvel fandom, as far as like movies and TV, is in such disarray. If Superman Legacy actually comes out and is really good and successful, I would see a little bit of a paradigm shift happening.
And we're gonna get Creature Commandos this year.
Lost Cliff.
And then
We lost Izzy.
Yeah. Also, James Gunn stated that there's going to be 2 more projects in production this year as well, not just Superman Legacy. We're all thinking it has to be Supergirl, and people are speculating that it could be the Brave and the Bold, but it could be Swamp Thing too, or the Authority.
The fact that they're hotly on the search for a Batman right now, I'm specking Batman for what they want. Especially if he's really focused on world building. Again, my theory. Honestly, I don't know what he's doing. I'm hoping and praying because every day that man opens his mouth, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm like, oh no, James Gunn, what are you saying now? Just stop talking and make the movie.
Well, he seems to be doing. I don't know. I like the casting of Millie Alcock.
Last night it was hashtag we all love Alcock. We all love the girl. She looks great. She'll probably make a fine Supergirl. But will the movie be good?
Yeah. Well, and we still don't even have a director or a writer attached to it.
When are they looking to release it?
I don't care about that movie right now because there's other movies before it. That movie's that's just like, I think it's great casting. She looks the part, and she's a great actress. So, but honestly, the focus right now is Superman Legacy. Let me see that before I can make a decision. I don't want to deal with the whole Monster Universe idea again.
Well, you are going to get Creature Commando, which is really the start of the Monster Universe. But I get it. Maybe not everybody will watch that.
You got to build. James Gunn is good for that, but you still got to build.
Oh, I get that. And then Supergirl is most likely going to show up in Superman Legacy.
Yeah, that's why she was cast. I'm sure that's why she was cast.
So I'm excited to see where they go with this. Is there any word on if they're almost? Have they even started filming yet?
Well, for Superman?
Yeah.
No, they haven't started filming. I guess what they're doing right now is that it's casting, it's fitting, it's that stuff. So pretty much they're probably getting the sets ready. Stuff like that is happening right now. The pre-production. So filming's supposed to happen sometime I think filming's supposed to happen in the spring because the movie's scheduled for next year.
Superman begins filming in Atlanta, March 2024.
Yep, there you go, right there, spring.
Oh, that's just around the corner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Snore.
One.
Oh, stop it! You have Madam Web to look forward to.
Yeah, thanks. No, I and I've said this before publicly. I enjoy watching other properties, especially
Actually, he's got Deadpool 3 to look forward to.
Oh, let's not push so hard. Let's just start with Madam Web. So,
I have not bought my tickets yet, and they're available. Yeah, I'm gonna see it. I'm definitely gonna see it.
You know it's gonna be like Aquaman. You're gonna walk in there and you're gonna be like king of the theater, and there'll be like 4 other people there, like what happened to me.
Okay, I'm not denying it. I have no aspirations for Madam Web, other than I do want to see a train wreck happen.
Me too. I'm going full popcorn. Now, on the other hand, I am hoping to have a Valentine's date. That would be fun because nothing starts a nice evening off like a terrible film. And
yeah, it's debuting on a Wednesday too, which is not a good thing. It may be Valentine's Day, but it's still the work day. It's like any other work day. So I think that's a huge mistake. You know,
gives you something to do in the cinema clip if you get bored with the movie.
I mean, that is one of my goals. We'll see what happens. I want to see who else is bad.
I bet you could pirate that movie and they still won't care. YouTube is like, yeah, no one's watching this anyway, so who cares?
No, it's Sony. If it's Sony always care.
Yeah,
Sony cares.
Also, it is also Valentine's Day, and most people go out for Valentine's Day, whether it be a movie or a restaurant.
Yeah, but Madam Web does not strike me as take your significant other to the movie. It just doesn't have that appeal. So what? You got Dakota Johnson, the 50 Shades girl? Really? That's what you got for Valentine's? And I think there's another movie coming out too.
Sydney Sweeney's pretty cute.
I was gonna say the cast is filled with great actresses. There are interesting positives to go with this movie. I don't want to take away from that either.
Yeah, I don't know whether they should have gone with 3 or 4 female spider characters instead of just focusing on Madam Web and just leaving it at that instead of trying to go, we're just going to give you a whole handful of it and try and jam-pack the movie.
Okay, but you know what? Spidey? Sex sells, and you got these, 4 or 5 beautiful women to throw up on the screen? You know that's going to help. You know that's
No, it's not. Not the way it looks. It's not like they have 4 beautiful women that are in skin cat, outfits. I'm sorry. It's not going to do it.
You know,
and also, I just want to point out
for this.
I also want to point out another woman that really was good look. She still is good looking. That was put into a cat uniform, and that movie sucked.
Oh, that was Halle Berry, and you know that movie was terrible.
This is gonna be the same thing. I'm guaranteed, because Dakota Johnson is not promoting the movie in a way that says, I think you guys got to go see this movie. There's no buzz coming from it. There's no reactions to it, because at this point, someone has got to have seen it. Because when they release screeners for people, they would have been released by now. So the fact that they don't have that says that this movie's trash.
This is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
Dude, we all know the movie's going to be bad. My only speculation is who, other than me and a handful of other popcorn gays, are actually going to go out there and watch it.
Well, I'm not a popcorn gay, but I will go watch it.
Yeah.
I think I was going to go see it in theaters. Like, I'm actually not. I'm pumped to actually watch it. I think it's going to be a fun watch. Will it be good? Probably not, but it's still going to be a fun watch. I don't know if I'm going to go see it in theaters, because now I really want to save that ticket for Ghostbusters when it comes out.
I like the way Ghostbusters looks.
Oh man, when I went, I seen Argyle in theaters, and the previews showed the trailer for Ghostbusters, and oh my god, I was like, yeah, no, this is a in theater watch for me. I have to go see this in theaters now.
Now you saw Argyle?
Yeah.
How was it?
I enjoyed it. Now, is it a movie that everybody should go to the theater and watch? No. Do I think everybody should at least check it out? Yeah, it was fun. It was wild. It's not the poster and the trailer is kind of misleading. It's not like a Henry Cavill led movie. It's a Sam Rockwell, Bryce Dallas Howard led movie, and it's still fun. It's really, really wacky and crazy at times, but it was a fun watch. I didn't have a problem with how long it was. I was fully engaged the entire time, and yeah, I was never bored. It didn't even feel like a 2.5 hour movie.
Wow.
So I don't know. I don't understand. Like, even I was talking to Lee about it, and me and Lee were going back and forth about how much we liked about the movie and what parts we enjoyed about it. And we don't understand the criticism it is getting. Mark is actually watching it as we speak right now, so we'll have his take on it tomorrow night.
Yeah, because I was hearing bad reactions to it.
Yeah, I was like, I hate the fact that I see those two prior to going to see the movie, because I was like, makes me not even gonna want to go watch the movie. But then I do, and then I was like, I didn't mind this. Like, it was funny at times and stuff. So
Is Argyle the name of the cat?
Yeah. I went to see Aquaman, and it had tons of bad reviews. And granted, it wasn't a great movie, but it was fun as hell. And I actually liked it more than the first one.
See, I liked Argyle more than Aquaman too.
Okay.
But that's just me. I know other people liked it and other people didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it for the most part.
Yeah. I'm not thrilled about the concept though. I don't like concepts like that, where she's a writer and she's writing the story. You know what I mean? The story's coming to life, kind of thing. That's something I don't like. I've seen it before and I don't like it.
All right, you're gonna have a fun time watching this. I'll just tell you that, like, you think it's one movie and then it's a totally different thing. I think that's what a lot of people had issues with. I feel like they thought they were walking into one movie and it was a different type of movie. Yeah, it's definitely misleading. But it was fun.
Well, at least we know what the movie's about. I don't even know what Madam Web's about still.
Yeah, Argyle's about a cat.
All right.
What's the name of the cat?
I have no idea.
Frig, what's the name of the cat? I remember it's.
Isn't Argyle the cat?
No, Argyle the Argyle.
Henry Cavill, right?
Yeah, Henry Cavill. What was the name of the cat? Frig. That was a weird name too. I don't know. It's not even that big of a point in the movie, to be honest with you. It's just the cat's there sometimes.
It's a subliminal message, the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't read reviews, Papa. I just go and I'll see a trailer and go, that looks cool, or I'll just hear, this movie's coming out. I like that director, or I like that actor, or whatever like that. If I want to see it, I'll see it. I don't bother with reviews. I've seen so many movies that have had like all the worst reviews, but have thoroughly enjoyed the movie. I have totally different tastes from every other person. So
there's movies that are critically raved and I can't stand. You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm excited for that other movie too. That I can't remember the name of it, but it's another Henry Cavill movie, and it's the guy, was it Guy Ritchie movie, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of the movie.
Yeah, it looks funny, and it's like it has Henry Cavill, Alan Ritchson, and a few other people in it. It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm interested to see if the rumors are true, whether Henry Cavill's going to be playing Highlander.
I keep hearing that. I think it is true, isn't it?
And I'm like, that would be awesome, because I'm a big
No, he is
fan.
playing. He is going to be in Highlander. That's been confirmed.
He is in Highlander, or he is Highlander?
I don't know if he is Highlander, but I know he's in Highlander.
Okay.
He probably is going to play the Highlander, because why not? It's Henry Cavill.
He did really well on The Witcher, like with the sword fighting and stuff like that. So he's already got the props there to do a Highlander movie.
Yeah.
But in saying that, it's different fighting with a katana than it is a claymore. So it's but he should be able to adapt, all right. Depending on which way they go too.
I was gonna say I think he can adapt just fine.
Well, it depends
No.
on whether they base it on they're going to go back in time and try to do it more of the early stuff, or whether they're going to try and do it like the things and still do the major flashbacks but keep it present in the time. Oh, Tay reckons he wants him to play the Kurgan. No, I think he could pull off a McLeod. Madam Weddle was pretty cool. Comic people need to stop hating on their comic movies before they even come out. Indeed.
Yeah, listen, it may be a fun time. But I do want to see it. I do think that's a great cast of actresses. Period.
It could be a fun time. It could be all these different things. But at the same time, you have a trailer that has not done nothing to excite or sell the damn movie, other than to say it's Spider Tangent.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I have a problem with the movie, because to this moment, we still have no idea what the plot. We don't know what the story is. All we know is that they're going to wear costumes at the end.
Yeah. I don't even need to know all that. I just need some hint.
Well, no, we know. It's what is it? It's Moreland, isn't it? And he wants to.
No,
kill
it's Ezekiel.
No,
it's
Ezekiel, and he wants to kill them.
Sims.
Isn't it basically the Spider-Man plot? But instead of I want to kill Peter and the others, it's like I want to kill you, ladies.
But that's the point. They're not giving us any details.
No, but I mean, I feel like it's heavily implied.
No, all it is a monster movie. It looks like a monster movie where the monster is Ezekiel dressed up like Spider-Man because they made him look like Spider-Man.
Yes, and he moves like Spider-Man.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're giving you the vibes that this is a Spider-Man movie without having Spider-Man in it.
Yeah.
Even though there is a rumor that Toby's in it.
Yeah.
Wasn't the rumor that Andrew was in it?
There's a rumor that there's a Spider-Man in the movie somewhere.
I heard the Toby rumor.
And if that's the case, if the movie's really bad, I guarantee you we're gonna find out if Toby or Andrew are in it before the movie comes out. Because they're gonna do some kind of trailer showing it. Because that's what they did with not that Black Adam was bad, but that's what they did with Black Adam because they saw the projections was bad.
Did they show Superman in the trailer, or did Dwayne The Rock Johnson just come out and say Superman's going to be in it?
Well, Dwayne did kind of said it. But at the last week before the movie came out, they did the TV trailers, which is the shorter trailers, but they did show it. So, and it still did nothing for anybody.
I don't remember seeing any of those trailers. I remember seeing most of the trailers, but I remember seeing one with Henry Cavill in it.
Yeah, they're TV spots. They're like 15-second clips.
I remember hearing about it, that there was a rumor it was supposed to be like in a post-credit scene or something like that, but that was about it.
Well, they did something. They did something similar for the Marvels, so it's not just Sony or DC, but they did it for the Marvels. They did this whole thing where they showed Captain America, Iron Man, Thanos, and they implied that the villain of the Marvels was associated with Thanos to get at least some people to go see the movie, and it still didn't work. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be Super Bowl. It's right after Super Bowl, so they might drop in something before then.
As one of the ads for Super Bowl?
Maybe like a teaser, because they don't pay for ads like they used to.
And who knows?
So what they do now is
we might
Super Bowl.
hear like opening night, people will all go see it, and then it was like, dude, that was like better than I thought, and like word of mouth would be like get it like everybody in the theaters, but I highly doubt that's gonna happen. I still think that they should do like a whole Andrew Garfield movie again over on Sony.
I think Sony are trying to make that happen, because I don't think Sony right now, they're struggling to try to make any of their movies sell, The only movie that sells for them is Spider-Verse. It's the only one. All the other ones have failed miserably. So
They're
we'll see what
solo Spider-Man movies, because the ones that are like attached with Marvel, like the Sony Marvel projects, have been successful.
the MCU ones, but I don't count the MCU ones because that's an MCU project. You know, they still have the rights, but it's a collaborative effort. And let's just be honest, the collaborative effort is you guys make the movie, we make the money.
Yeah, and
So
they definitely have to think of something quick too, because whenever the last Spider-Verse movie comes out, that's their ending grace.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't believe that I can't believe we stayed on that topic for this freaking long.
No one was changing it. So.
You and me both.
I'm like, we all know what to expect pretty much. I'm like, it's like, it is what it is.
Oh, yeah. Another movie that's coming up that's going to be good, Deadpool 3. Deadpool 3 is a good movie.
Why, have you seen it?
Okay.
Yeah. Trailer's coming out. Yeah, that's something.
Now, that is supposed to have a Super Bowl trailer, if I'm not mistaken.
I just think
I'm
there's
excited
been
to see
too many rumors, too many innuendos, too much of everything going on with that movie. I'll just wait till it comes
There's
out.
never enough innuendo.
Yeah, probably not.
No, and that's what sucks. And it has nothing to do with them either. It's people like taking photos and leaking them online and stuff. Like they were just trying to get.
No,
They're just
I don't
trying to film
think-
on location.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Leaked photos are leaked on purpose.
So,
Dude,
photo-
have you
so
have you
pictures of
not
Batman
met
and buddy?
have you not met some of these wild ass crazy photographers? They are psycho.
They are psycho, but
I do believe that somebody would climb off the edge of a cliff to snatch one of those photos. I mean, one day I'm waiting for somebody to rate Jimmy Olsen that way.
but
Spidey's having such a good time now that his freaking MacBook actually like responds to him now.
Hey, hack. All it was an update, too.
One little update, and you're like, pow, 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 pow.
Come on, do it. Why isn't it doing it now?
The thumbs down. The thumbs down.
There we go.
There you go.
I still don't know how to activate some of the other ones. I just press the button.
beep,
Listen,
beep,
last
beep.
night when you did this and the freaking crystal ball thing happened, I was dying because I haven't gotten that one to work.
Oh, God.
So does anybody does anybody have a comic book goal this year? Like I set mine at the beginning of the year. I didn't even do a video or talk about it, and already other people are doing my goal list, and I'm dying. You know, I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna go for the Defenders this year because I don't feel like anybody really cares, and I'm like, it should be good. It
Hey.
should be... No, exactly. So I'm like, I'm gonna go for the Defenders. The minute that I privately make this decision, all of a sudden, everybody's going after the Defenders for 2024. And so I'm left with, do I stay on task and just try to fulfill my Defenders Invaders 2024 dreams? I was like, or do I just like shift focus? Because now that I see multiple people going in that direction, maybe I should do something else. Maybe I should be like, hey, this is my time to
I've been doing Defenders and Invaders for like 2 years.
Oh, you're killing me.
I just need my last two Invaders.
And you ship some Invaders to Spidey too.
Well, they're not yet, but they're stacked up in his pile. I'm just waiting on one book to show up.
Rob, I'm dying to see what the box or crate or drum looks like that you are shipping to Australia.
Yeah, it's good size. But I just need to get 39 and 41. I think it is.
Well, it's only like a 40-something run.
Like 43 issues.
Yeah, for Invaders. Like Defenders is like 150.
What's
or
crazy to
160
me
or
is
something.
like, so the king size Invaders is cheap. The giant size Invaders annual is not. It's like crazy.
You mean already slept?
Yeah.
Rob, do you know that I got my in giant size Invader? No, yeah, it's the Invaders angle, the one with the Schomburg cover, right?
That's the king size.
That's the king size. Sorry. All
I
right,
have
so
that. That's gorgeous.
I got my
Giant size is the white one.
so I got my king size, and I'm slipping it out. And as I'm slipping it out, a piece of the tape catches catches right on Captain America's fist.
Oh,
I still need the 3 Marvel feature books. Unfortunately, that's the hard part of my Defenders thing. That's the ones that are going to kill me because I don't find them over here. They're the hard ones.
Well, if I have any success in finding them,
I can find
I'll see
them
what
all
I
day
can
long.
do for you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm like, I'll try, man.
The Marvel feature I can find all day long for you, Spidey. But the problem is, it's not cheap.
That's the other thing.
Or what you consider cheap.
That's right.
I mean, actually, I take that back. So there are some copies that can be had for less than, like I saw some the other day that were less than $50, but they're low grade. They're missing part of the cover, or they're got other issues that are pretty significant. You know, they're like a 2.5 3.0, but they're raw. But you can get some of those for. There are some available for, like, I said, $30 to $50.
So I've had my eye on like 6.5 Marvel feature number 1 that's going for like 80, and then I've got a Marvel feature number 2 that's like a 6 for 55, and then a Marvel feature number 3 that's like an 8 for 80, and I have been watching those like a hawk.
Yeah, so they'd be around. Well, the $80 one would be about 120, 130 Australian. So that's still pretty good. Like, it's probably I've seen Marvel feature over here a couple of times. The cheapest I've seen, it's about $250. So that's about 160, 170 US. So if it's like $50 to $80 American, I'm still in my realm of quite happy.
Joe knows the guy.
That guy from CGC. Yeah. Let me know who's that guy from CGC.
Get you a 9.9.
Yeah, depend on the grade or quality you want. Raw books, for the most part, you can get. It looks like it should be, if you reasonably be able to acquire stuff in the VF condition for like $80, fine, mid grade for like around $60.
Yeah, so that sounds good. Yeah.
So that's possible, right? The graded books, we get different things depending on, again, what you're looking for. But even that you can get. It looks like if you hunt properly, lower grade, those can be had for less than $100 too. But I had one that was a low grade, but we got rid of that last year during C3.
C3, yeah.
Because I had upgraded mine to a 8.0.
Like a first print of UF4 or a copy of Toy Biz Spider-Man 2099.
Toy Biz Spider-Man 2099? Yeah, got one of those.
Don't you have about a dozen of those?
Not the Toy Biz one.
Oh,
I only have one copy. I used to have 2, but I got rid of my lower grade one and kept just the 9.8.
Yeah. So have you got any? Sorry, Rob, go on.
I said the other one was like a 7.5.
I was gonna say, Cliff. Yeah, you said Defenders and Invaders, which is like I'm going after those runs too. Have you got any individual book goals that may not be obviously in those runs?
I don't. Individual books. I'm trying to think of like what books like kind of make my heart sing that I think are feasible to get my hands on.
Like, it could be
First appearance of Maggot.
But you could also have
X-Men?
you could also have a goal of, maybe like, for example, I have several books that are on my list. Some of them are bigger books and some of them are mid-grade books or whatnot, or in my realm of what I consider. And I wouldn't possibly be able to get them all, but but they're on my list of ones I'm looking out for. And
one that I constantly have my eye out for, and of course I can't remember which number now because I'm old and it's getting late. But like one that I constantly have my stop it, Rob. One that I constantly have my eye out for.
Louis Hoven.
I am just this much younger than you.
How much younger?
Just a few years. Well, I'm
I'm not sure that's like how you count.
You're what? How old are you, Cliff?
46.
Oh, okay. You look
And you're going 47?
No, I just turned 46. Please don't age me, Izzy. Jesus Christ.
Man, relax.
But you're little one from this to about this.
Stop chipping.
Relax.
Stop.
Cliff, you don't look a day over 48.
So the book that you've been looking for.
The book I've been looking for, the first JLA JSA team up. I always have my eye out for that. Because again, to get it in a very presentable 3, 5, or 4 is not outrageously expensive.
Yeah.
And really, it's something I've learned from Rob. Just get them presentable. It could be a 0.5, but as long as the color looks good when you're holding it up to the camera.
That's
what you gotta do.
Oh, tape.
I'm still
50.
It's like
I made a goal list last year.
It's like I could say it now because I released the video today, but it's when I got the ASM 39. It's not a great condition book, but the fact that it's ASM 39, it's like I want to have this. I'll upgrade it in due time. You know what I mean? But to say you have it is that's the way it works. You could get the book, then you upgrade it to get a better quality. Unless that one's sentimental. You know what I mean? Like there's certain books I have that I wouldn't trade off because there's some sentimental value to it rather than the actual value. Get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ooh. You know what? I forgot. I should be aiming for some giant-sized defenders as well.
I gotta do my my ASM 3. That's the big one this year.
ASM 3. Oh my goodness.
What's it going for right now? The copy you want?
Let's check the market. There's what I want, what it's going for, and then there's what I'm willing to pay.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to get like a 253. Let's see, what is it coming up at? It's still where I think it should be. Wow, oh no. It's gone up. Son of a bitch.
No.
It's gone up a lot. Holy cow. So a 2.5 is running about, just sold the other day for like $1,900, and a 3 just sold for $2,900.
Oh my god.
But then again, also this month, a 4.0 sold for $2,500. So.
And you're looking for a 2.5?
That was my goal. Originally, I thought I could get one for about $1,200, but it looks like it's gone up now some. Damn. Well, still on the mark. I'm still on the lookout.
Heavens.
You're like the key that I want this year is like $1,200. The biggest key that I want to get this year is like his Sandman #1, and that's not anywhere near that realm of how much money it is. But like
Kirby Sandman.
With the Sandman #1 though, I'd probably want to get that, like purchase that one slabbed, I think. Yeah, I'd probably want to go for that one, Slabbed, and then I'm also trying to get. And this one's going to be super cheap. I probably can get it for $10 once I find it. But Sandman 25, which is the first Dead Boy Detectives.
That one's gone up.
Yeah, because of the TV show.
Yeah. I'm looking. So I'm looking to get some of those Sandman books too. But the book that I'm really looking for from Sandman Universe is The Death. I got issue 2 and 3, but I can't seem to find 1.
Death is like that's crazy too because the first appearance of Death goes for more than the first appearance of Morpheus.
Yeah, because of the rarity of the book.
I've looked. Yeah.
No, it's because of the book when it came. Well, the first appearance of Morpheus was a higher print run than issue 8. The book didn't gain steam until like issue 11 or something like that, and then and then it started gaining its steam. It really, from the Midsummer's Night Dream, that storyline kind of boosted people to like keep their eyes on it. Like, oh wait a minute, the Sandman is like literature. You know what I mean? They're trying to pull that way, and that's how it ended up picking up. But I remember when it first came out because my best friend was hooked on it immediately, so he picked up as many as he got. So he has the whole run. But at that time, they were low quality, and the books themselves were low quality. They were done on really bad paper. So they didn't. Yeah.
And issue 2 and 3 probably weren't that cheap either. Like they're not as much as like the 1 and what's the first Death is issue 4?
8. Death is 8.
Okay. And then the rest are just minor keys. How much? And they still go for like not like a high price, but still a decent enough.
Yeah, they're sought after.
So how much did you pay for 2 and 3?
I got them in dollar bins, but I can't find
shit.
1. Mm-hmm. I always find 2. I always find 3, but I cannot find 1 for the life of me.
It's because not everybody holds on to it.
Yeah.
It's so funny how Sandman went from like very popular for its time, then like fell into like a lull, and then boom, that Netflix series, the fires have been kindled.
Well, it's not just the Netflix series; it's the Audible too, because the Audible came out. The Audible came out way before the show.
The Audible is great.
And that reintroduced people to it because they had like an all-star cast as well for the voices. It was a very good listen.
They had this. What's his name? Professor X. Patrick McAvoy. He was the voice of Morpheus. Perfect.
James McAvoy.
I said Patrick McAvoy.
Yeah, you just blended the two Professor X's.
Oh. Yeah, I actually really like knowing, not nothing, but next to nothing about that series. I actually thoroughly enjoyed that Netflix series.
That comic book is awesome.
Yeah, it's a little different than the actual the book and the series and stuff. Just because they had
yeah, but it's not by much.
Yeah, really they just had to remove certain stories. Like there was because at one point there is Martian Manhunter shows up at one point. Scott Free, who is Mr. Miracle, and then the guy who's it's Dr. Destiny that has the Pearl, but in this it's somebody different.
Well, no, his name is the same. They just never call him Dr.
His
Destiny.
name is
Destiny.
They just
Yeah.
don't say Dr. Destiny
Right.
because DC owns him.
Just like we do have Hector Hall, but we never reference Hawkman. You know.
Yeah, and that was like the first. So the first arc,
Hey, Darren.
the first 2 arcs of Sandman, they had a lot of DC characters in it, and then they kind of like went to their own like little pocket universe where they were never involved anymore. Like they pretty much told Neil Gaiman, like, okay, do what you want. Your book is selling. So Neil Gaiman just did what he want.
But there was some like I remember when the kid was playing and he was playing as the Sandman, and then you look at the computer screens that the Nightmare was looking at, you'd see some of the characters from
From the DC universe.
Yeah.
And then,
But
of course,
other
the
than-
little boy very much appears as the DC Sandman. I thought that was cute.
I'm excited to see where they go with it. I'm excited to see if they still because they're gonna have to adapt the Midsummer one again.
Well, that was fine. I want to see them do Season of the Mist. That's the one that I'm really interested in seeing when he goes to hell, when he goes back to hell to kind of like find Lucifer. I want to see how they pull that off.
That won't be for a while though.
I was gonna say, didn't they already have the fight?
No, in the comics,
it wasn't him and Lucifer. Yeah, it was the demon that had that was the fight between. It was between Dream and the demon that stole the helm, not Lucifer.
But in when he returns to hell, it's not what you expect. It's not a fight. So, but it's really intense. Like the visuals of his return to hell it's crazy. That's why I'm like, I wonder how they're gonna pull that off. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm actually excited because we haven't seen Delirium yet. I'm excited to see her come into the fold. And like we're gonna get that storyline. We're gonna get the Midsummer storyline. We're gonna get the Thor and Loki storyline.
Yeah, that was cool.
Before we get the Mist, and we're also gonna get that. I wasn't a fan of it, but it was all right about the boat, where everybody was kind of. I'll just leave it at that. The boat.
Yeah. They keep thinking my car is a taxi.
Turn your no vacancy sign on.
No, I'm just like, I'm locking the door, so they're literally trying to put their hands on my handle. I'm like, locked. Yeah, no, but it's like I said, I'm curious too because those stories are intense. I like what they did with the cat story. And what was the name of the girl, the muse? I forgot what's the name of. What was that?
Oh, I'm trying to think too. Name. I really liked how they adapted that one too. That was
Yeah, they
good.
did the cat story was really cool how they adapted it.
Calliope.
Yeah,
what was
Calliope.
Yeah, Calliope. They did the Three Witches too, which was pretty cool.
I'm surprised that it was a little Calliope story was a little bit rougher in the book, but I'm surprised they still adapted it because it was pretty.
Yo, the Calliope story and the cat story are incredibly popular Sandman stories. Like I've run into people who don't know much about the Sandman, but they're like, "Oh my god, the story about the cats!"
The cat story's awesome.
Yeah,
you know, and the fact, yeah.
No, the way he appears as Dream as a cat in the story is so cool.
I like that they turned it into an animated feature, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
That they kept it. They did it animated because it gave them the ability to like
Did,
really go full range
did you
with the
know
story.
that James McAvoy voiced?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
He
it
didn't
wasn't
voice
the
Luffy
actor.
itself. He voiced it. He voiced it a different character. I don't remember which character he voiced it, but yeah, I do know, which is cool. Yeah. Uh, good stuff.
I'm excited. So now I'm hoping that because I'm kind of worried now because I was hoping they would lead this into there, but I think they're going to go a whole different way now with the story because Dead Boy Detectives first appeared in the Sandman. I thought they were going to be like, okay, in the second season of Sandman, we'll introduce the Dead Boy Detectives and then they'll spin off into their own show. Now I don't think that's going to happen because the Dead Boy Detectives it's coming out very, very soon. What, in April, I think?
Yep.
It's supposed
Dude,
to come out soon, but they said it was part of the universe, so they might just do the origin.
Okay, because that was a dark, dark origin too, like how they became,
Good
because
boy
it was
detective.
all
They have
well.
pulled my chain so hard with Dead Boy Detectives because they said they were working on a series. They show up in Doom Patrol, and I loved the version I got in Doom Patrol. I'm like, I can get on board with this. And then it's like, oh yeah, we're glad you like them, but no, it's not them. and I'm like, okay, so when are we getting it? And then it was like, okay, now we're gonna do it as a Sandman. I'm like, all right, I can still be on board.
Well, that's because
Well-
Dead Boy Detective and Doom Patrol was Warner Brothers, what Netflix is outside of it. So
No, I know, but at that point in time, it was still being talked about as an HBO Max series, and then the whole re-merger. You know, there's a merger every 3 months, people. So that merger happened. It died right on the merger, and then all of a sudden, I started
got
hearing
picked
about
up.
Netflix.
it got picked up by Netflix. So
I did like seeing them in Doom Patrol. That was pretty cool.
I thought it was great. I was like, and one of them is related to David Tennant. One of them is, or something like that.
I did not know that. That's cool.
David Tennant was one of the voices in the Audible. Him and Michael Sheen.
I believe that.
Yeah, look at they had that casting. Was great.
Yeah, that was another good show by Neil Gaiman. Good Omens.
We tried.
Good Omens was great, but that second season was totally different, wasn't it?
We struggled
yeah,
to watch it. We actually watched the first 4 or 5 episodes and actually struggled to watch it. I don't know why. Just didn't. I don't know. Just didn't.
Yeah,
I
it just
couldn't
didn't
get into
click
it.
with you.
Yeah,
I like the
Travis,
second season.
Travis,
I liked the
Edwin
second
was
season,
played-
but it wasn't like the book.
I didn't read the book.
They changed it. They changed it up a bit. You know, because they made the second season all about Michael.
Yeah, I didn't read the book, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, my wife read the book, so she was telling me that. She still liked it because she thinks that Michael Sheen and David Tennant are awesome. She loves them.
Their chemistry together is fantastic. I
That's because
absolutely
they're
love
real.
it. That's what makes the
they're
show
real
for
best
me.
friends.
Yeah,
They're
that's
real
what makes
best
the
friends.
show.
That's why. Yeah.
Go ahead, Cliff. Sorry.
No, Ty Tennant plays Edwin, and that is David Tennant's son.
Oh, cool.
The one on Doom Patrol of the Dead Boy Detectives.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the casting that they have for the new ones too. The new cast for the Dead Boy Detectives for this new Netflix show. So, but I am curious to know, like, if everybody can see them or if they can be like, oh, hey, we'll pick and choose if people can see us or not. And I was like, okay. There's no medium to help you guys talk with the real world.
Well, no, Crystal is still in it.
I didn't see her.
Yeah,
Is she?
Cassius Nelson is playing Crystal. Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't look at the casting. I just watched the trailer. It did. That's
I'm sure
Spidey. Is
they'll
there
do the-
anything?
I'm
Okay.
sure they'll do the thing with like the sensitive people can see them.
Mad Spidey, is there any TV shows that you're excited for?
I honestly don't really know what's coming out. I don't keep in the loop as much as a lot of other people. It's more, oh, that's coming out. Like you might say a preview or like a coming soon list or something like that. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I want to see that or whatever. The only thing I know, and everybody here, maybe besides Trav, might actually like it or know it, that the next season of Demon Slayer is coming out in a couple of weeks.
Yes, the movie. The movie's gonna be released.
Yeah,
They're releasing the movie.
It's a series, I thought.
It is a series.
There's a movie too.
So the the movie is 3 episodes. That's pretty much what the movie is. So the next movie is in. I think that's what's happening February 14th. So that might actually beat Madam Web.
Because the next series is coming out 22nd of Feb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw it, I was like, I don't want to see this.
Yeah,
but I was so sold by that art style.
It must be going to be a pretty big movie because it's going to be playing at my movie theater. And my movie theater didn't even have Godzilla -1.
Who stars in Back to the Future and Titanic?
Those movies are coming out in your neighborhood? Back to the Future, Titanic? A little late there.
Papa's asking who is as a question, as a kind of a riddle, who stars in both. Now the question is, when you say stars, do you mean that they are the starring attraction, or simply that they appear in the movie?
Yeah,
so they're not really starring in it. They're just like which actor is in both movies. Got it.
Back to the Future,
because that makes a big difference.
Is it Billy Zane?
Billy Zane is in Back to the Future.
It is. Did I get it right?
It is Billy Zane.
And the Phantom.
The Ghost Who Walks.
Billy Zane's the Phantom, yes.
All right. I don't know. I'm nodding off for some reason.
Yeah, I can see that you look like you're struggling to stay on. So
yeah, so I'm going to go for a bit. If I refresh and you guys are still on, when you're trying to shut it off at hour 6 or something.
Oh, like what Remy does to me all the time.
Exactly. No point in me just falling asleep here in my chair and you guys making fun of me. So,
well, you just got to get the recordings. That's all.
Right. Thank you, Papa. Thank you. I know it's your way of saying that you love me.
You gotta love Papa.
Yeah.
Didn't say I didn't.
Papa, I'm not feeling well. Can I get that 180?
Stick it up your bum.
It's gonna make me feel better.
We got a bit rerouted. So I suppose it's probably Trav's turn now to say what book he was chasing. Because I think we got with Clever, then Izzy started talking about
It's always Izzy started talking.
Totally kept going.
Simon, do you?
Actually, it was TM that diverted the conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was me because we were talking about the book that I want to go for is Sandman #1.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
And that's how we got into the whole tangent about Sandman, and then led to Dead Boy Detectives, and then hey, it's MadSpidey. What kind of TV shows are you looking forward to?
Can I just say, Travis? I'm the only person who hasn't called you Trev tonight. I just want to say.
I know.
I didn't call him Trev.
That's why I'm just like
everyone has slipped and called him Trev tonight, and I'm like, what is going on?
I call him TM, man.
That's my accent. That's why.
Yeah, I agree with that for MadSpidey. It always sounds like he says Trev to me, but I know it's Trev.
I'm just gonna call him Trive. Hey Trive, how's that?
Also, so you're not allowed to swear on here anymore?
No, you can swear. I've never said you couldn't. I think.
Okay. Papa, I didn't say hi to you when you came in, so I do apologize. Hey, Papa, go fuck yourself.
So much love in the room tonight. So much.
Oh.
Uh,
I know Papa's
Yeah,
probably streaming game streams, so I won't bother asking him about books. And he just got a 180, so he doesn't need any more.
to be honest, I have not said which book. I haven't said my book, by the way. But
I thought it was a Thingo book, Sandman book as well. Or are you just looking?
no, it's just I'm looking for the Death #1. That's not the book I want.
Mm.
That's not the book on my wish list. So I'm looking to complete my Warlock runs. That's what my goal for this year is.
Travis Morgan?
The FF, the Strange Tales, or the self-titled?
All of them.
All of the above.
Yeah, because I got
Warlock, not Warlord.
I got a lot of the major keys already. So I have the FFs, I have the Thors, I have some of the premieres, the Marvel premieres. It's just like the single-ish, the run.
Yeah.
The actual run, the Warlock run, not the him.
Tales. You got all the Strange Tales as well.
Yeah, I got the Strange Tales, yeah.
Hmm.
So
yeah, so you covered all bases.
Yeah, I covered the heavy ones. It's always the case that the hardest ones to find are the ones that are not as expensive, but they're not being sought after. So when I like buying them in cons because they're a lot cheaper to buy them in cons than to buy them on like eBay or something like that.
Yeah.
But when you go to cons, they're like, "Oh, I didn't bring mine. I hear the story all the time. It's like, I didn't bring mine, but I have a whole bunch." I was like, that means nothing to me right now.
Yeah, it's annoying. Mostly what it is like.
You're savage, Papa.
Papa is hilarious.
What
it is, these dudes bring things that
I'll let her know, Papa.
Are gonna be moved to sell, and like it never quite pans out, right? Because like a lot of them bring stuff that literally everyone else at the show has, right? So it's like, oh, I brought my complete Avengers run. I was like, yeah, so did every other freaking person here, dude. And like,
but you gotta give them the benefit of the doubt because that's how they sell their money. That's how they make their money.
Right, but it doesn't always work out. Like I've met dudes who are complaining. They're like, oh my God, nothing's selling. And I'm like, because the dude around the corner from them is like a major person and like has like everything and forget about it. And I'm like, sorry, you're getting destroyed by your neighbor. Or like oh my God, New York Comic Con is the worst. I'm like, you know what? I enjoy coming here for the artists because everything else.
Well, New York Comic Con, I'm gonna be honest. This past year, I enjoyed it for what I was doing.
Yeah,
and what I was doing a few things. I was going to see artists and writers, which I always do. I was going to see friends, and then my whole point for going to New York Comic Con was to pick up exclusives, right? So I had a list of exclusives I was planning to pick up, right? And guess what? I picked up my entire list of exclusives. I did not miss not one. But what I didn't pick up was any back issues because New York Comic Con literally had less than 10 dealers that had back issues. Everybody else was exclusives.
It's insane. Like I don't know what has happened, but I will say this: my biggest love for the shows since I was a child has always been meeting creators, and obviously if I can meet other people too and do interviews like I did the 1 year, like in 2017, that's amazing too. But I got really soured after 2017, and then when I went 2 years ago. With Sam, it was just so good. And the fact that I was running into creators that I haven't seen in a few years, and they're like getting up to hug me as I approached the table, I was like, oh my God, I forgot how much I actually love this for this reason. And then that's it. I was talking about it in another chat earlier today where I'm like, because people are like, dude, you're saving money for a con. Just buy that book you really want. And I was like, I know. And I jumped in and I said, there's the con experience. right? Meeting creators, seeing your friends, all that stuff, versus do I really want this book? And the thing is, when we die, we don't know. I mean, I don't think we know what's going to happen. I know other people think they know what's going to happen, but we're not taking the books with us. So
I know where the books are going.
That's why I'm like, I'm half thinking this, like, I'm gonna gather up like a lot of my comics, like a lot of like my indie comics I've read and I don't want. They're not worth anything, and there's quite a bit. I could probably grab like 2 short boxes full of indie comics and just Marvel comics too. And I think I'm just gonna bring them either to my old school, my old like junior high school, Athena, or bring them to the library and just give them to them. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want them in my collection. It's just going to be harder for somebody whenever I'm gone. And make room for more comics that I want in my collection, or just make room in general.
No, and I was gonna say earlier that, like Izzy saying about trying to find Warlock comics, that it's the double-edged sword. Is the unfortunate thing is that, okay, we didn't bring them because we didn't think we'd sell them, and it's the double-edged sword is the ideal time to buy them would have been around Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody would have had Warlock comics, but everybody would have been selling them at like triple the price. So there's the
Exactly.
double-edged sword. So
Exactly. And to be completely honest with you, the Warlock comic books right now, they're at the best prices I've seen them in a long time, because he failed. You know, he failed as a character in the movies because they screwed up his character, right? We kind of knew it was happening, but that actually benefited me because now I could pick them up at dirt cheap prices. You know what I mean? But to capitalize on that, that's always the case, because these dealers, they need to move their merchandise. There are some dealers out there, I think, you know, when I think about good dealers, that they're the type of dealers that they take a collection with them, and they bring runs with them, because they know that runs will sell, rather than bringing all their keys, which some people, a lot of them do. There's those that bring keys with runs, because everybody's looking for number 1, but not a lot of people are looking for number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, I gotta say, once in a while, I'll see somebody who's got the vacuum sealed 1 to beginning to end of a series.
Yeah,
and I think that's brilliant, because let's say Alpha Flight, right? If you can get the entire run of Alpha Flight, annuals and everything, right, for $150, that's not bad, because there's quite a few keys lingering in there, you know.
the later keys too. The later books.
Some of the later books, but how about the Hulk crossover, the few Wolverine crossovers, those Jim Lee covers? I mean, there's like a few things just lingering in the whole run, and you're like, well, you know what? I might as well grab this whole thing.
But you know the North Star cover, the one, the coming out of the closet one.
You know what's funny is, like, every once in a while, more than once, I've found the Alpha Flight run, and I'm always tempted. But on the top of the pack, it says that everything's there, but that the North Star issue is second print. And I'm like, okay.
You know what's the difference, right?
Yeah, blue is second print, red is first print.
Yeah, the blue versus the red.
Dude, have you not heard my story about the first time I got it autographed and it was second print? And then a few years ago, I meet Scott Liddell, where I'm interviewing him about writing the script for Happy Death Day. I tell him the story, and he's like, I don't remember that store, dude. He's like, I remember the owner, but I don't remember traveling to this town you're talking about. We walk around to this not old ass, but like older gentleman collector who hated the dude that owned the shop. And he's like, oh, I remember all his locations. Da, 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 da. And he goes, yeah, he had a store in New Windsor. So Scott Liddell looks at me. He's like, I guess you're right. And then buys another copy of Alpha Flight from him. And it's still second print, but he signed it to me. And I was like, this is so sweet. So that was a good time. And now,
yeah, that second printing was everywhere. That first print, that was a good example of they really didn't make a lot of first printings.
Dude, I don't think they really understood. I just don't think they really understood. I think when that sold as well as it did, I think it was a little bit of a cultural wake up call for the comic book industry.
Well, it was more. It wasn't about him coming out. It was more about the age side of the story.
Well, that was the literal story, but as far as publicity, the newspaper, the radio, the television, everything was about this superhero is coming out as gay, and like that was it, and that was all I needed to go. And of course, I'm like still 14 and closeted and trying to like choke every ounce of excitement that I'm having over it, you know. And of course, that's also how I got my Death of Superboy, was because I saw one of the issues on the wall. So that was a nice day. It was a good win all around.
Yeah.
And it's quite weird that the first printing was the lower of the print runs, because usually it's the other way around. It's usually the subsequent prints that are usually lower prints.
No, but that's how it worked. That because it was one of those books. The closest comparison I could say to that book right now is what Ultimate Spider-Man is right now. It's a book that no one knew it was going to be hot until it became hot, right? Because it came out, and it like literally came out because he came out, and then within that week, it was gone, and they didn't. It was Alpha Flight, so the print run on Alpha Flight was already low.
Yeah.
So
What is,
you know, and it was like,
what issue is it?
It's like 106 or something like that.
I want to say it's 101.
I don't
no,
have
it's like 106. It's like 106 or something like that. It's not 101. I can tell you that much.
I only have 4 Alpha Flight books.
It is 106. You're correct, sir.
Yeah.
I only have four Alpha Flight books.
So when it came out, it was such an impact because the story, it was an age-related story. But there was like one scene that it just says "I am gay," and he's like charging to somebody.
And by the way, all of corporate and executives at Marvel out of their freaking mind. You know, it only happened because the editor on Alpha Flight was like, "We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it," and just sent it to print and let the publicity happen. And you have all sorts of people at Marvel. You know, this is why I'm not like, there's a few key historical figures for Marvel. I am not too keen on them because they are noted as the people who always say no. They're the people who said, no, Gail Simone, Iceman will not be gay, you know? And then anyone else who came, because I forgot the list, but there's a list of people who are like, no, Iceman should be gay, X, Y, and Z. And they're like, nope, we're not doing that. Write a different Iceman's great. There's a list of people who always said no, and every time one of them comes up, and Jim Shooter is one of them, I'm calling you out. Every time they come out, I'm just like, you know, I respect what you provided, but also I know that you were one of the no's. I know you were one of the
But it was funny. But like you said, when they the second print came out, the purpose of the second print was so that they could get the book out to as many people as they can. So that is the rare occasion that the second print has more copies than the first print, because the first print actually was low run. Unlike today that they just make second printings for the hell of it.
Well, I do believe in the case of the new Energon universe, I really do believe although they are pushing the spectacular covers, I really do believe that these people do feel that by making the additional printings, they are getting the story in more hands. In their one particular case.
I don't know if that's the case. Because they made more than enough.
I'm not saying
they made more than enough.
I'm not saying that it isn't as true. Like, I'm not saying like they have no ulterior motives associated. I believe that we can be more than one thing at once. I do believe in this case, yes, of course, the different printings, the different covers, let's sell. But I also believe equally that they're like, hey, this is going to be a great way to get this story out in hands. Like, I feel like both thoughts are happening.
So I would agree with you if I didn't know what the print count was already.
Oh, and the print count's already outrageous?
The print count was 150,000.
Okay, that's high for modern times, but not
So-
super tremendous.
And at the same time, it's available on digital. So that's the kind of stuff that back then I could buy into. Today, I don't buy into it.
By the
Today,
way,
it's a king's cow.
I just want you to know, I put zero stock in things being available digital, because more than once, something I have purchased that was digital no longer exists.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Like, if I care about this, I'm buying the product. End of story.
Well-
Screw this digital crap.
But that's also older generation mentality. So and it's not I agree with you entirely. I am a huge fan of the physical media rather than digital media, because of the fact that it's like I own a license rather than I own the product.
Yep.
Right? So I have a license to read a comic. I have a license to watch a movie. I have a license to do whatever, right? Have a video game. But at any given time, and it is in the fine print, at any given time, they could take that license away from me. That's the problem I have with the digital realm. Now, there's certain things that I'm like, okay, I'll deal with that. You know what I mean? But like my movies, I have my digital media of the movies I want because I have it, right? Chances are I probably never use that disc ever again, but I want to say I have it. I want to say I have it, and I want to have it. I want to have it at my disposal. The comic books things, the way I look at it, I want the comic book for the, not so much for the investment of it, but really because of the fact that I say I have this copy. I want to read the story. I don't mind having the license, if that makes sense.
And I've always been a physical collector. Like, I don't do anything. A lot of people are like, why are you still buying DVDs or Blu-rays or whatever like that, or why are you still buying comics when you can read it digitally and stuff like that? And I'm like, I've always been an old school guy.
Yeah.
Collecting physical stuff, and I can look at it and go, this is mine. I paid for this. I worked for this. Instead of going, oh, I paid for this and I paid for this. It's like, that's pointless.
No, and I agree. I agree entirely. I just my philosophy is, if I just want to read it, then I don't mind.
Yeah.
But if I want to say I have my copy, then I could. Having a copy is not having a digital copy. I don't care how you look at it. You know what I mean? I want to have my copy. You know what I mean? And that needs to be physical. That's a physical media. I think in 2 generations from now, maybe even 1 generation, physical media is going to die. It is what it is. But the fact is that we're still out here keeping it alive when it's a dying breed. Like, how many of you picked up the newspaper lately?
My parents still get a newspaper delivered every day.
Have you seen it? Like, besides
I've
you?
seen a newspaper. I see a newspaper every day, but I'm not. But you're right. I'm not picking it up. But also, different, different meaning for me.
Yeah.
Not.
I know you love to keep it physical, Matt.
I like to keep it physical, Matt.
You want physical, Matt?
Oh yeah. I'll make a hell of a sausage and weenie roast. It'll
Oh God!
My copy.
There is like some books I read digitally, but then there's some that I read physically. It's all about like what I want in my collection, right?
Yeah, one of the coolest things I like that Marvel did, which I'm getting mad because they're changing it up. I like the fact that Marvel gives you a digital copy of the comic book. I like that a lot. Now they're doing this thing that you have to send an email, and I don't like that. I want to be able to just I'll put in the code, and then I'll have a digital copy so I could store away the book. I like that. You know, DC did it too with the poly bags, and now they got away from that, and I'm like, why? You know what I mean?
I guess it wasn't taken off the way they had hoped. Who knows?
Yeah, because you have to pay an extra $1 for it. That's why it didn't take off. You literally paid an extra $1 to get a digital copy, so people didn't buy them. Anytime you have to pay more, it's not going to work.
Good Lord. I don't know. See, this is what makes our hobby so convoluted sometimes.
Hey, Lady F.
Lady Fantastic is fantastic. Oh, I'm very cool.
Camera's back on. There you go. Now you get to see me. And all my glory or all that stuff, whatever it is.
And all your glorious izziness.
My izziness. Dude, I need a haircut.
Yo, I was gonna say, I was just thinking about my barber.
Where are you?
Yeah, because his wedding.
You just said wedding. I thought you were thinking about your barber.
No, I was thinking about my barber and his wedding. Because his brother-in-law had a comic book artist do two 9x10s? Or no, 11x10s? No, 11x12. Anyhow, yeah, two 11x12s of them flying on a broomstick in their wedding attire, right? and one is like, he's like, I want to present you guys with this gift. It's so beautiful. It's like, oh my God, that's amazing. And he goes, and I know you love a variant. And he pulls the first one down, and it's a variant of them on the broomstick. And I was like, yo. But in his speech, he said to everybody, he goes, and just so you know, my sister and I now are broke every week because we're all buying comics thanks to this guy. And they're all very young, you know? So I just thought it was hilarious. I was like, well, I'm so happy we got young people buying physical media.
Comics are expensive.
They are. Ooh, Matt, you're thinking about my barber too? I was like, we could have a lot of, and actually we can't have a lot of fun. His wife would be very upset, but I could try.
You can try, you can dream, or both.
Both. Let me tell you, his two bosses are a little bit frisky too. I don't know. Something's gonna happen in that barbershop. I'm just gonna keep clicking away until they start drilling away.
But bottle of tequila on one of the appointments, and you'll be all right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Another funny thing with my barber, I had to warn him. So thanks to his brother-in-law, he now knows what the sound of grinder is, right? And so he's like a little disgusted because like he's cutting a dude's hair, hears grinder coming from their phone while the wife and kids are sitting in the car, and he gives them a look like, what are you doing? And I was like, dude, you can't give them a look. And he goes, why not? I was like, because the look just tells them that you know. It doesn't tell them that you're disappointed in them. It tells them that you know. And if you know, that means that they want you as part of the sausage fest. It's not good for you.
Gosh.
It's a good time. You're right, Matt. Maybe she doesn't have to know.
That's not right.
Well, back inside. Too fucking hot out here.
Oh, I wish I could make the grinder sound. I can't. It's kind of like boom boom or doo doo, something like that. But like I can't actually make it.
Wouldn't it be a bit more like you know that? I can't really do that sound, but
No, trust me, it's definitely not that sound.
So Simon, what time is it over there?
It's almost 2 p.m. on Sunday.
Sunday, 2 p.m. Okay.
I always have to make sure I say
10 p.m. for us.
I always have to make sure I say a day as well, because people go, "Oh, that's not too bad. That's not that far." I think, and then I go, "No, it's the next day," and then people trip out still.
It's Papa knows the sound.
That's not. Wait a second. You know what? I was gonna say. See, Papa actually observes culture, so if he knows the sound, it's because he's like, I don't fucking know the sound. Don't you bring me into this. I was gonna say Papa's a man of culture. He's like, don't you dare try to flatter me at this point. Don't make this shit gay.
Oh man.
Oh,
Ugh.
God. That's hilarious.
But I am always impressed when, whenever any of my straight friends know any gay cultural things. So I was like, oh my God, who have you been hanging out with? Or what movie did your girlfriend force you to watch?
So when I was in high school, I had a lot of gay friends, like a lot. It was to the point that my mom thought I was gay.
I know, with the whole what do you call it? What's
The Village Voice.
The Village Voice under your bed, and you're like, nah, Mom, it's about comic books, nothing else.
It was about it was about concerts.
No, it was actually about concerts, but you're lying to her. Hilarious.
No, but the thing is like because I used to hang out a lot in the Village. So over here we have the Greenwich Village, which is, it's not like a gay town to say the least, but how would you it was the culture. I don't know how
it was the cultural epicenter of gayness at one point in time.
Yes, definitely. Right. So, but it wasn't because of that. It was really the music scene, the cafes, all that stuff. It was
a cultural phenomenon in a gay neighborhood. Oh my, yo, you are welcome for what we gave you. And then the straights came right in and started ruining shit, pushing their baby characters around and stuff. Come on.
No, please. You know what came in? You know what came into the Village that ruined the Village?
Tell me.
Kmart. It was Kmart. Kmart.
Because
so that ruined the Village.
When you're trying to butch the place up for the heteros, that's what you're gonna do.
Oh man, but I have, like I said, I had a lot of gay friends, and so I was able to pick up on a lot of gay lingo, I guess you could say. But it was cool because it was cool because you got to learn a lot, and there was one of my friends, she was a lesbian. I used to love hanging out with her because we would always check out the girls. You know what I mean? And it was like, okay, and at that time when I wasn't dating anybody, we were always checking out the girls, and we were like, okay, if she's gay, she's yours. If she's straight, she's mine.
And what if she's bi?
Then she's both.
Right? Because then you're open for a good time.
But it was always we were always like each other's wing person, and that was awesome. Yeah, I don't have that anymore though. Papa Wheelie, I've been to a gay club. Good, look at you, Papa Wheelie. I have too. So I've definitely been to a gay club.
I think a lot of straight people who have been to nightclubs have at least been to one once.
I would like to assume, yeah.
Well, there's like over here. I remember going to a club with my friend. We were hanging out and it was fine, but then by a certain time, it became like a gay club, if that makes sense. So like everybody's chilling and all that stuff, and then like 3 a.m. hits, and then it's like everyone's gay.
Yeah, well, we had a problem. We had a real problem with that here. There was a club that was just known as a gay club. In fact, it's 2 minutes from my house walking, basically, but it's not a club anymore.
Yeah.
And so what happened is, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it was supposed to be the same thing. Friday night, gay night. Saturday night, gay night. Sunday night, gay bingo, right? But once in a while, the owner, without warning anybody, would schedule a private event, and so then you have all these gay people showing up, pissed that you've got all these straight people there for what reason? What is happening? Oh my God, TM2 is this hilarious photo of Matt. I can't. Who is that, Matt?
That's Marlboro.
Is it? Yeah, I can't see. I'm sorry. I gotta zoom in. Oh my goodness. So anyhow, and that used to be so infuriating. Mm-hmm. And even for me, and I'm like trying to be cool about it, but I couldn't deny that as soon as I would get there, That's hilarious. The vibe just ruined everything.
I don't need to have my finger on the remove button now.
I am
needed
here.
a smoke bomb right there.
I'm actually going through my comics that I don't want, that aren't worth money, and I'm getting them ready. And then Monday, I'm gonna go drop them off at the library.
Look at you.
Did you say that are not worth money?
Not worth the time and effort to put them up. They're probably worth something, but like not enough.
Which books are they?
I don't know. I got 2 short boxes right now.
Now, is your library taking comics?
I don't know. I gotta call them first. I'm hoping so.
Right, because if they don't, I would send them into Lone Star Comics for credit.
I'm in Canada.
Save a little money for shipping and do it, baby.
You know, most people just sell their collections.
I mean, some people just sell. Well, he's not just selling their collection. I'm just saying it's an option for you.
I'm literally just giving them away. I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. Here you go.
Listen, that or my
Sometimes
other,
sometimes you need to do that.
or my other option for you is just sell it as one bulk lot on eBay and be like, here you go. Oh, gay bingo is very dirty, you know. So like,
You have to ask, Papa.
It's usually hosted, and I don't mean physically dirty. I mean dirty humor, and it's usually hosted by a drag queen, you know, and like, you know, it'll be like, oh, 64, Michael likes it on the floor, and he takes it in the back door. Oh, 64, stuff like that.
So in other words, it's just bingo.
It's just, well, have you ever been to bingo? I used to go to church
I've
bingo.
been to bingo.
Yeah.
I was at a cruise and we played bingo.
There you go. Was anybody dirty at the bingo or no?
There was plenty of dirty people, but I don't know.
No, I
wasn't paying
meant
attention.
dirty language. You're not helping me at all.
I'm doing that. I know. all I'm seeing is Matt doing his little pop-ups.
I'm surprised there's no hot dogs in this pop-ups tonight. I love when there's a good pop-up wiener.
It's still early.
Well, it is not yet 10.
Yeah, after hours begin.
YouTube after hours. It's the Skinemax of YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. and it was properly encased for your protection.
Mm.
Do you have to go?
I wasn't actually ugging that. I was ugging because I was like moving. So you know, I'm full. I had dinner now, and I'm full.
Oh, all right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
yo, dude, ever since that one night you were buying tacos live, I've been thinking about that taco.
You gotta come when you come over here, man. I'll take you to the spot. It's pretty good.
I should come down. But yeah, like, when are you? You know what? Like, when are you ever free? I need to know.
Rarely.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you always seem busy, so it never feels like I should be like, I'm coming to hang out Sunday. Like, you know.
Well, Sunday's definitely not going to be the day. I'll tell you that much. Izzy don't hang out on Sundays.
There you go.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't do. But if there's like a convention over here, which as you know, there's
the arrow
plenty.
the other way.
Yeah, you can always come up. Yeah, I go up there. You know that. I've been looking at a couple of shows that are up there.
Which one have you been looking at?
So these guys, three men in the basement. They always have like shows and swaps around there.
DJ
Really?
quite often goes to them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but CJ's up in Queens, so the Long Island shows.
DJ, not CJ.
Oh, DJ. Okay, DJ. Yeah.
3 Men in a Basement Comics. Oh, of course, Gary's been to them, so I should have known already.
You don't know 3 Men in the Basement?
No, surprisingly, I don't. But you know, we're not in the same circles.
Interesting. Shocked.
I've heard of them, and I don't even live over there.
Yeah, they're mostly in the Connecticut area.
I see that. Listen, you guys have to know that this corner of the internet was like really obscure to me until Angel started talking about it. Empire Comics. And then that was it. It was just like, I was like, oh, okay. And then I was going to say, I think the first person I actually watched was Brian LCS. Out of like this corner of the community. You know? And then I was like,
hit us all full force.
And then I hit you all full force. And actually, I didn't even really, like, I was hanging on the comments and everyone's like, oh, Clifford NY is here. And I'm like, I don't like this. Everybody else has got cool names like Comics by the Bay and shit. I'm like, I got to fix this. I got to change this immediately. And since it was the Council of Comics, I was like, well, I'll be Cliff on Comics. That's what I'm going to do.
Wow. That sounds so original.
Oh, it wasn't about originality. It was just about, something. What is
he doing? It's hard. Is he just going into a box of comics?
Yes, there's all the stuff he wants to get rid of. Yeah, I really feel that's a Garth Ennis book. I mean, I'm like, let's throw this on eBay.
Nice and clean. Look how clean that box is.
Oh, look at that hot dogger. Ooh.
Hot dog, hot diggity dog.
Dude's sitting on the toilet, by the way.
No, he's not.
He is on the toilet.
That's recliner-esque that he's sitting on.
Yeah, it's a recliner, right?
I was going to show the books, but never mind.
I bet you he has a bidet. Matt, you got a bidet?
On his chair?
Yeah.
Travis, we do want to see your books. Come on.
Spotlight's back on you, Trav.
Come on, Travis.
Wait. Oh, sorry. News is in. Argyle was good. Mark liked it. Mark enjoyed it.
Oh, boy.
So I'm getting the Maniac of New York. I'm bringing all that. Scout's Honor to the library. All of this. Beyond the Breach. We Live.
Wow.
Fight Girls, Not All Robots, Hotel, Lucky Devil, Hell. There's a couple of Hellboy comics that I'm gonna bring down. Masters of the Universe, Masquerade, The Woods, Eve, Seven Secrets, or Secrets 7. We only find them when they're dead, which was a terrible series.
There was a lot of hot books in there at certain times.
And then move on to this box here.
You got Beneath the Trees where no one could see yet?
No. We got Good Boy. We got L, Radio Apocalypse, the Picture of Everything Else. Some free comic book day books like Mean Girls. Space Bastards, Northlander. See, these aren't worth anything. I'm going to bring some True Believers. Maybe this. Bring that down.
I don't have
cool.
That. Some free comic book day books. Might as well bring these down. I don't know.
The Conans, wow.
Yeah, these are all going down. I'm going to walk these down in a big couple of bags.
Take it easy, Matt.
Matt's got a MacBook too.
Matt.
Yeah. Get rid of these New Warriors books.
Oh, New Warrior books? Where's Beckerman?
Yeah, so you can send all that.
I'm going to bring this down too, because it wasn't a very good Vanish, #1.
You can send all the Marvel books to me if you want.
But yeah, that's so far. Those are the books that I'm
Spidey, have we not all stated how much we're all trying to avoid shipping expenses?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say I quite often treat myself as a charity, so why not everybody else?
So I got so many giveaways I have to send out, and the problem I'm having is that some of them have like original art, so I haven't got a chance to do all the original art like yours, Trav. I gotta get you. Yours is the Sandman, right?
Yeah, yeah.
the
It was,
Punisher book.
it was originally going to be Punisher, but we were both talking, and I was just like, dude, I'd rather Sandman, and you were talking about how much you wanted to do a Sandman, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah, but someone someone ended up getting the Punisher, so I have to go back to those videos because Cliff, would you believe I still don't have my computer?
Oh my God, no!
It has been over a month and a half, and they're just waiting for parts, which makes no sense to me.
Barbarian Kung Fu is
you
like,
know
I'll
what?
buy all of
The
that
part-
stuff from you.
The parts thing is a bit problematic.
It's
Because
stupid.
dude, it may be stupid. Like even at my job, like when we started replacing laptops, so like it's like, oh, your laptop's garbage. Okay, here, take this new Dell, whatever. Like our IT director was like specifically ordering ones that were going to be easy for us to maintain because so many that we had ordered were like, oh yeah, well that one's a little bit special. You've got this screen thing, so yeah, that screen's on back order. And it's like, okay, we have a warranty. Can we even get a loaner? Like, like we got this corporate freaking warranty. What is it for?
I got that computer's been there since December 12th. And all they're doing is waiting for parts to arrive.
It's killer, dude. It's killer.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
To speak on Biggie's point, I was going to be unbagging and boarding them and just bringing them back down loose.
Yeah.
If I was to bring them down. Like, I'm even getting rid.
If you take them to a library, they'll probably take off the bags and boards.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then I can still use these bags and boards. A lot of them are still really good.
Yeah.
And
or you can just take it to a comic book shop and they'll give you some money for it.
I know, but I don't have a comic shop near me. That's why I order my books.
Mm.
Just tell Chris from Retro Rocket to go for a nice drive to come and get them.
Yeah, that'll only take them. That'd probably take about maybe 2.5 days.
Days?
Yeah, that's 2.5 days.
Where are you located?
Prince Edward Island. He is at the tippy top. Pull it up on a map and be mystified.
You have to zoom in though, because we're pretty small.
Are you like neighbors with Santa Claus?
Practically, yeah.
No, we're the farthest east you can go. Like we have that's.
I'm surprised that from your back door with a telescope, you should aim to the left and see Sarah Palin, aim to the right and see Russia.
Wow. Sarah Palin, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
That's a name I don't want to hear.
Yeah, no one wants to actually hear that, but I thought it made
why would you say it, Cliff?
Because it's funny, and I want to go for the funny. I'm sorry. How dare I?
All right, so it's over near Nova Scotia, buddy.
Yes.
So Prince Edward Island is there. So where's Retro Rocket?
It is in. Do you see where
30
Toronto is?
kilometers west.
Yeah, so Toronto's there.
Yeah. So Ontario is in Toronto. You can't really see Ontario. You'd have to zoom in, possibly, to see Ontario. But yeah, Ontario is in Toronto.
No.
That's zoom in. Where are you going?
Ontario.
Dude, you're going to Puerto Rico right now.
It's too temperamental. Hang on, I tried to just use
Oh my God,
arrows.
could you imagine hanging out with Travis and Simon in Puerto Rico, dude?
That would be awesome.
There's Ontario right there.
All I see is green and blue.
Yeah,
is
that's
it
pretty much
more,
what it's like.
and it's the same with here, because like I'll say like, oh, so the next major city, so Melbourne and Sydney are the two major cities, one of the most populated cities and most popular cities in Australia. We're only about a 45-minute plane ride away from each other, but it takes 9.5 hours to drive it. So it doesn't make sense in that sort of math. But I think that's what's probably the same with Canada, I'm assuming, is it's probably there's not a straight road and, it's probably...
Well, Canada's huge.
Yeah, and all that sort of stuff. That's probably why it takes so long to get there.
Like, Canada is Canada... Would you say Canada is bigger than the United States?
No.
They're coast to coast.
Yeah,
like the United States.
Yep.
We actually did a comparison once because Australia is actually almost exactly the same size as America. We actually put like a map of Australia over the top of the US, and it's about the
I
same
still get a
size.
kick out of how Alaska is part of the United States, but you have to come through Canada to get to Alaska.
Yep. Yep, that's true. I don't know how that happened to become. I don't know where that deal came from.
Yeah, it's a bit,
Yeah,
it's a bit
I don't
weird.
understand that either. Like, why was the United States was like, we need to get Alaska? Like, I don't know what that thought process was.
So I don't know when they got Alaska, but I almost could guarantee, so they could keep an eye on Russia.
Probably.
Quite possible.
Actually, I was about to say, should you be saying that? But I forgot that all
Cold War is
videos
over.
right now are blocked in Russia. So this isn't
Yeah.
good to them.
So, but it's a Cold War thing.
Yep. Why do you think we cling to Puerto Rico?
Actually, it's a little bit of Puerto Rico too.
Biggie's not wrong though. To oil.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, oil's definitely part of it.
Oh yeah, it's always oil, but at the same time,
Yeah,
it has
oil. You're right. Oil is number one.
yeah, but it's also to keep an eye on things.
Should we really call it oil, or should we just call it money?
Well, oil
Money.
is money. Until oil is not needed anymore, oil is money.
Did you guys ever watch that Who Killed the Electric Car documentary? Well, it was a little bit of the oil and gas industry.
Yeah. Well, the gas industry is starting to die out, but gas is dangerous. But yeah. But as far as Puerto Rico likes their status.
Yeah. Or at least for now.
It's all the benefits of being an American, but still have an identity of being its own nation.
It does not have all the benefits of being an American state. However, if we look at Chris, the comic guy, if we look at Hawaii historically and look at all the damage that happened, that took place for the locals since it became a state, I'm not jumping on that bandwagon for Puerto Rico.
Well, my wife did a class in college a few years ago about like the history of Puerto Rico, and she was learning a lot of good stuff. All the stuff that she learned, I have no idea I remembered, because it was, it had nothing to do with anything I cared about at the time. So, maybe I'll have a conversation with her about it and say, hey, tell me about Puerto Rico again, besides the fact that it's the birthplace of my parents and grandparents.
How about like all the corporations that would show up and like set up shop and like they could like exist 10 years tax free, and then they would just shut it down and restart under like the secretary's name just to keep that rolling.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. So Logan Paul made his residency in Puerto Rico.
Really? Logan Paul of all people. Tell me. Well, you know what? Puerto Rico is going through a lot of that right now, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. But what was his reason for it?
Because he has business in there.
It's not a big island. What's the business? Alcohol?
I don't know, to be completely honest, but I know he does have he has a reason for it. There is a reason for it.
It's drugs.
No,
Puerto Rico's not big on drugs like that.
Yeah. Oh my God, he bought a $16 million residence?
Yeah.
Good Lord. Heavens to what the? I don't even have the words right now.
You're gonna say heavens to Megatroid then?
I so was gonna Hanna-Barbera that shit. Yes.
That's awesome. Does that work? No. Save.
You know, it's interesting. Some of the reasons he said he moved to Puerto Rico was, you know, he's like, I can't enjoy like regular nightlife in LA or anywhere else. So, but I can be here, enjoy whatever I want, and live really privately. I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of respect that.
He's hardly there.
No, but he said that it's a place he'd like to be 3 months out of the year. That's kind of interesting.
Guys, you won't believe this. Papa just hit me up and said he was gonna send me the Hulk 180 so I can get my Sandman #1.
That's a fake account, TM. It's a fake account, Travis. Ain't sending nobody shit. It's a fake account.
People keep asking for my spot. I'm parked here, and they keep asking for my spot. And the best part about the spot that I'm in is a fire hydrant. So there's like, you're moving, and I'm like, no, but you're not going to take it if I moved anyway. Ugh. Welcome to the city. You really want that Sandman?
He really wants that Sandman, I'm sure. Why is everybody? Did I mute everybody?
No.
How can you mute everybody?
Because I heard nothing. I heard just silence for a moment. I was like, damn.
Cliff, I don't know if you know, but we're not on your channel.
Change the background.
No, I meant mute everybody like I muted my sound, and not like I actually muted you.
And I'll make you, Papa. Well, we're gonna, you know what? Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. basketball court, you and me.
Who?
Me and Papa. I'm gonna kick his ass.
My money's on Papa.
Yeah.
Mine's too.
Yo, his name is Papa Wheelie. What do you think that means? You know what I'm saying?
He's gonna
Well,
dunk it on your head.
You know what was funny to me yesterday is the fact that DJ was saying that people he knows of people calling him and say, hey, look, I'm not feeling well. It will make it up if I win it, and then Papa Wheelie wins, and I'm like, you can't pull that stuff on him.
Nope.
He's like, what are you talking about? You sick? Look at me, you bastard.
Hey, Tim,
Papa's
got a message for you.
Got the best. Fuck you! Don't you try to freaking pull that. Yeah, exactly.
Yo, if anybody can make that his own logo, Papa can make it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh
my goodness, I love you, Papa. I love you.
I was genuinely happy when he won the Hulk 180. I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I feel like I'll make the joke that if I win the next Links box, if DJ trying to send that bloody nano gauntlet over to me, that'll cost an absolute fortune.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
insane.
What would a box like that cost to ship?
It depends. I don't know what that depends on the weight too.
That thing's heavy. It's heavy. It's not a light. It's not a light box.
Would it be heavier? Would it be more than like 20 pounds or?
Probably around 20 pounds.
Probably around 20 pounds. Probably looking about between $150 to $200, roughly.
Ooh. Woo!
Here's a weird thing. I was just looking up shipping to Australia. Is DHL big in Australia?
They are here.
Right, because this person in one of these Reddits is like, yo, I have family in Australia. I only use DHL. So I'm like, that's interesting.
DHL is expensive over here.
Right,
unless you have a business account.
Interesting.
DHL over here is like no one wants to even deal with them.
Yeah, no, for real. We like it. They're like here. It's like here. It's like bottom of the barrel. But if it's major on your end, then maybe it's
If you buy anything from Sideshow delivers through DHL over here.
DHL.
okay.
Mm.
And do you find that super costly or not so costly?
I've only bought 1 or 2 items from Sideshow directly. It wasn't too bad because the Sideshow main distribution hub is actually in China, so it's actually a lot closer to me than it is to get from the US.
Yeah, but wouldn't the customs be the issue?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like customs, as long as it's $1,000 converted or under, then you don't have to pay any tax on it at all. If it's over $1,000 converted, then you pay 10%.
Yeah.
But if it's from a private residence, so say for argument's sake, if Izzy sent me a comic book or whatever that was worth like $2,000, but it was marked as gift, as long as you don't blow out the insurance cost of it, I should technically get it without having to pay anything extra.
Okay.
But if you had a business account, not a private account, then they could still sting you for it, and that's the difference is the private and business.
So for example, doing it the other way around, when you shipped your box to me, did that cost you a pretty penny or no?
Can you remember how much the one to Izzy was? That was the one with just the comic book and the Tim Tams. Is that like $50, $60?
It's shipped to me. The best thing to do is to use carrier pigeon. But if you're sending a bigger package, it's better to use an owl.
No, don't you know that the what is it? What's that current in Finding Nemo? You know, the turtles go up the current. That goes straight to Canada. Oh,
that's my thing. I haven't sent anything out. What's up, Chris?
Come on, Izzy.
I haven't really been able to send anything out outside of the United States, and I actually have to send not one but 2 items outside of the United States. So I'm like dreading it.
Was it?
Oh, it's not that bad.
55 Australian, Izzy, to send over to you. So that's probably about in the high 30s American.
So practically, you paid. It's like the cost of the slab as well.
Yeah.
Wow. And that slab was durable, man.
All right, so now that Chris is here, Chris, how long would it take you to drive?
I was going to ask the same question.
What?
How long would it take you to drive to PEI?
Well, from Toronto to North Sydney, Nova Scotia to get to Newfoundland, basically 24 hours, but you can push 20. So to get to PEI, I would probably say the exact same thing if we use the causeway. If we had to use a ferry to get to PEI, God knows how long.
Yeah, you can take the bridge.
So yeah, the Confederation Bridge, I would say 20 to 22 hours from like the Toronto area.
So it could make a trip out of it, Trav.
Yeah. MadSpidey, pull up the Confederation Bridge. That's a big bridge. That takes about 45 minutes to cross.
So I just want to say, like,
45 minutes?
Yeah. I just want to say I've been laughing a lot on YouTube today, but I don't know if I laughed as hard as when Papa said, "Hey, Spidey, make me big." And then when he did, out comes the middle finger. Like, I don't know what it is about this kid above me here, man, but when he does shit like that, it just cracks me up, man.
Oh, man. Anyway, guys.
If you hang out on the Insomniac chat on CJ's channel, you get it all the time. So I'm a bit used to it. You guys not so much. But it's still funny every time, mate.
I got to let you guys go. I'll see ya. Love you all. Smoke bomb.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Izzy. Let's go share. Let's have a look at images.
So yeah, the Confederation Bridge is what
Oh, wow.
connects mainland Canada to Prince Edward Island.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just go
and-
down to like the second one, the second photo from the second row, first photo. Click on that
Oh,
one. That one shows how like the far away view of like
that looks
it's so
scary.
large that they shut it down due to weather.
How many
Yeah, they
lanes?
do.
How many lanes is it?
And you can't cross it without, I think, like TM, what is it, like a quarter tank of gas or half tank of gas that won't let you across the bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just so large.
And get this, it's free to come over on it. Like there's no there, but you have to pay to leave.
Okay.
That
Okay,
sounds
You think it'd be
that
the
sounds
other
like
way
the right-
around, wouldn't
That
it?
sounds like the right deal.
yeah.
How
But-
many lanes is it?
and
Like
it ain't
2 lanes
cheap.
across, 2 lanes back.
Oh, there's only I haven't been on it for a while, but I'm pretty sure that there's only like one lane for each side.
Oh, so it's only, that's
Yeah,
that's
and the walls are up high. Like if you're driving in a car, you can't see the water. But if you're driving in a bus, you can see a little bit over the edge, but that's about it. But like they have the it up high. Also, there is a website where you can go on and you can watch the cameras. There's cameras on the bridge and that you can watch people driving.
Yeah,
It's weird, but it's
No, there's lots of cameras that you can watch from Canada. That started when my father was still alive around 2005, and he was like shocked that he's like sitting in our living room watching the cameras on the internet. He goes, "This is my neighborhood and I'm watching the traffic live." And I was like, "It's kind of cool." I was like, "Do you see any of our relatives?"
Big Brother in full effect. The bridge is very similar to the ones that connect the Florida Keys together. Like that was the whole idea of it all. Just because there was it was basically a trial because they have to pump so much money into ferries connecting Prince Edward Island to mainland Canada. But I hope that a bridge from Nova Scotia connects to Newfoundland in my time. Now, I know 99% of the people that are talking have no idea what I'm talking about, but I know TM does. But that's the bridge to
I know
Newfoundland
Florida
might be
well
difficult.
enough to know what you're talking about.
I remember the time that the bridge got made. There was a couple of people that died in the process of making it. But I grew up prior to that. We used to take the ferry, which we like. You used to be able to bring your vehicle on there because I had family in Nova Scotia, so we'd always go there for Christmas, and we'd always bring the vehicle. It would go into the bottom of the ferry. You have to park there, and then you'd go upstairs and stuff. And
that's a little bit like Tasmania, which is the one like island state here in Australia where there is no bridge to get across there. You have to either fly or take the Spirit of Tasmania as the name of the ship. Yeah. But you can either just go on by person or you can actually take your car. But it takes about 8 or 10 hours from like Victoria, like my state, to get to Tasmania via this ferry. So you literally you might as well just get a cabin and just go and snooze for, like half a day sort of thing until you get there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they've never bothered with a bridge because it would just cost too much money. And the sea is way too rough and too unpredictable in between the two states to be able to even attempt it. You could probably do it, but
see,
it would be unpleasant.
When I was in elementary school, we learned that where like the bridge is located and that now, it used to be connected to Nova Scotia, but PEI kind of eroded a little bit and kind of went underwater, and that whole area broke off. And like PEI is slowly breaking off. Like we used to have a rock that looked like an elephant. We used to call it Elephant Rock. That eroded and fell apart and stuff. And there's PEI is kind of falling apart and getting smaller as the years go by.
Yeah, it looks like a very. If you're not, it looks like if you're claustrophobic or afraid of water, you'd be screwed either way going over that bridge.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of bridges. I'll be honest. So I I don't know if I could cross that bridge to get to PEI, man. If I was going out that way, I'd be like, hey, TM, I'll meet you in Halifax. Like, screw that, man. I ain't
Yeah.
going to cross that bridge.
There is times like, and you're not allowed to like walk across it. But they do open it up. Like, I think there's like one time a year they open it up for people to walk and bike across it. But for the rest of the year, nobody can walk or bike across
They don't
it.
do like a marathon or anything across it or anything like that. 'Cause I know
They do.
a lot of
They
that
do.
sort of
They
stuff
open it up for that. But like it's crazy. But like for let's say today, like you can go on and there's a website where you can check, and if it's so windy, like right now it's super windy, so the bridge is probably closed. The bridge will probably be closed until the wind dies down and stuff, and that affects us getting shipments. Like for grocery stores and that, sometimes they run out of stuff quite fast. Like during the pandemic, it sucked too because of we barely had any truck drivers.
Does it interfere with your Retro Rocket delivery?
Not really.
Okay. Just shout out to Retro Rocket Comics
Yeah.
making it across the bridge.
I
Yeah.
already mentioned them that I said because Trav's looking at like literally just donating 2 short boxes full of comics he doesn't want to the local library. And I said, why don't you just ask Chris from Retro Rocket to drive over and grab him? And he's like, do you know how far it is?
Like,
And he said it was like 2.5 days.
No.
But it's still bad.
It's not quite,
regardless.
you gotta realize like Canada is the second largest country on the planet. Like mass wise, area wise. However, I think we're not even a top 100 for population, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the same with us. We're all just a coastal country.
Right.
Everything in the middle is very, very little population at all.
With Canada, I think the general population, 90% of the population is all along the 49th parallel, except for Alberta and some parts of BC and Newfoundland and Prince Edward Island. The majority of the population is as close to the United States due to weather and just rough terrain that Canada really is.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying about Australia. Like the drive to places, like
you
to
go
fly,
a long
it's
way
like
around.
It's like an hour or an hour and a half, but to drive, it's like 9 hours, 10 hours. Like it's something ridiculously different from the plane ride.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! It's still hot, Eddie. Fuck off.
So what is it? What is it in real temperature out there, Simon?
At this point in time, and I like how you said real temperature, like Mark says real time.
Yes.
Let's have a look. We'll even go to the suburb. It is currently 34.7 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. That's to the point where I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go outside, man. I'm glad I'm a non-smoker.
Yeah, that's I started. I came out here at about 10 minutes before I started, and I lasted about 2 minutes. I had a smoke and I went in. I'm like, I'm doing this from inside. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'll say for all our American friends, I believe that's 100 degrees, if not 101.
Around 100 degrees. I think we checked because the top temperature is supposed to hit 38 or 37, and that's about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's 70% humidity as well.
Well, the humidity is what kills you.
Mm.
So you said 34.7?
At the moment, yeah.
Okay, so it's just under 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Mm.
Yeah.
And the thing is though, there's like it's a northerly breeze, so that's the hot wind, and there's absolutely not a cloud in the sky, so it's total blue sky, which means there's no wait till the cloud coverage comes on and it eases some of the sun intensity. Nah.
Can I?
100 is nothing. It's the humidity that gets you. Oh, combined over here,
God.
Papa, they both get you. They both get you over here.
I think 100 with high humidity is devastating. 100 with low humidity, which is a miracle of a day, is still pretty bad for my big ass. But the combo is horrifying.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
I remember
the last time I experienced 101 degrees with 70% humidity. I think it was 2005, and I think it was 2005 summer, and it happened to be Canada. And I was screaming at my parents like, "I didn't think this could happen in Canada. I'm falling apart."
Oh yeah, like
It's like
watch out for
even
stereotypes about Canada. They're not true. Like kids,
Well, even like I was
hot.
talking because I met Dave this morning in real life from Still 35 Cents.
I love that.
And he's like, I've been here, like, I think he said almost 17 years. He goes, I still can't get used to these summers over here. Because being from England, it's basically like Canada with the weather, but no snow.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally, it's always cold and wet and miserable and things like that.
They get some snow. They get some snow around Christmas time.
They do a little bit, but it's more of a wet rain and just cold, just yuck. You know, it's a dismal country. But he's like, I still can't
Boy,
get used
Spidey,
to it.
tell us how you really feel.
I'm just going off the English people I know.
So to answer Biggie's question there, so Biggie's asking, do the Mounties still exist? So Canada's version of the FBI is the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Now what people stereotype and think of them and those red jackets and those hats and that's just for show. That's just a dress ceremony. You know, very rare do they wear that. The Mounties, like if you refer to a Mountie, and I know TM could probably back me up on this, with certain parts of Canada don't necessarily have a city police or whatever. So the RCMP double down as our FBI and that region's police force as well. So when Canadians think of Mounties, they think of like the cops or the feds, whereas the rest of the world, when they think of a Canadian Mountie, they think of someone on a horseback and the red jacket and the big hat and doing like some animal tricks and stuff like that. That's just for show.
And most police officers are just like city, like within the city, and then everywhere else is like the RCMP.
Yeah.
And like even when like stuff has to be like dealt with like police matters, the RCMP get involved. Like there was a while back, there was a shooting here, and a police officer shot a guy 9 times here in PEI, and that because it was a dark area and stuff, and the police officer got spooked. The RCMP had to get involved with this situation because it was no longer a police matter. It was more of a RCMP. They had to go higher up.
Right.
Just to add on to a side tangent for Papa, he said we've hit 110 and 2. So the highest temperature ever recorded in Melbourne was about 6-7 years ago, and for the Fahrenheit people, it was in the low 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, y'all couldn't leave the house. Y'all just could not leave the house.
No.
Like, do even the spiders and snakes come out in that kind of temperature down there? Like,
nothing comes out of that weather.
Everything is hiding under a rock.
Everyone's on vacation then, right? Like
it's literally like the roads are almost like, if the roads are newer sort of roads, they're almost melting. It's literally that you could fry an egg on your hand. It was ridiculous.
Yo, Biggie just said TM is the Mountie. I cannot picture TM with a gun around a corner. You know.
All right.
I can imagine him with those black, the black.
At one point,
the red.
At one point in this YouTube world, this comic book YouTube realm, I was the Mountie over on The Hunt.
Well, that's cute.
But
like,
Jacques Rougeau, the Mountie, or
was that
Jacques Rougeau the Mountie? That Mountie, the WWF?
Yeah.
Did you have the red top and the
I did have a red jacket, and then I didn't I got and I ripped this like the sides off, like I cut the arms off of it, so it was just a muscle kind of shirt, muscle jacket. And it was red, and yeah, I didn't have a full outfit, but I'd come in and pretend to be the Mountie.
I remember I've been to Vegas a handful of times, and I went in July one time to Vegas, and I think it was around 98 to 100, and just walking up and down the strip, and I'm like, this is fine. And I think I went from New York, if for those that know the strip, from New York, up to about the Bellagio. And then it hit me. And then it was just like, I'm dying. I feel like I'm just dying to heat. It's like you're dealing with the dry heat, not a problem. But as soon as your body's just like, now you need water. It's just like, it feels your body is going into something that I've never felt that before.
The urgency takes over.
It's
right?
panic. I feel like I'm going to
that's the first sign of heat stroke.
Yeah, and it just it wasn't
like
I was sweating or anything. Everything was fine, just chatting, walking around, and all of a sudden, wham! Oh my god! I'm in a bad way here now. I got to get some water.
When my sister and I did the strip, and this was early 2007, I think. But anyhow, it was none of us had done the trip was so much of a family trip, and I'm like, why are we not enjoying this? Jesus Christ, syphilis, oh my Lord. So my sister and I are okay, we're gonna hit that strip and try to bang out some Vegas of this trip, right? So, and it was the first hotel, dude. The first hotel. We're outside, we're warm, we go in, we're whatever. It's okay, that was neat. We took some cool pictures. Let's head over to whatever's next. And then we walked quite a bit, and then we were okay, this is nice or whatever. We came out of that hotel, and all I remember is we're heading to Mandalay Bay, right? And we just look at each other, and she's just what is this? I was you're feeling it too? I was oh my God, we have got to get indoors. So we are just holding on to each other and heading to Mandalay Bay. And as soon as we got in, the first person that looked like they actually worked in the hotel, I'm we need water desperately. And the guy's oh, understood. And just whipped 2 bottles out from behind his counter. And I'm oh my God.
Yeah,
it was the best $6 I paid.
For those that have never been to Vegas before, there are free trams that will take you from certain hotels to other hotels where you don't have to step outside whatsoever. I highly recommend using
that's
those
I've never been there, but it's like Singapore, because Singapore's heat and humidity is way worse than ours, and they've got all underground escalators and travelators and stuff like that you literally don't actually have to go outside if you want to go from your hotel to a mall or anything like that. It's all underground, and it's they specifically did that because of the extreme temperatures over there. Oh God.
By the way, did anyone
trampolines?
Did anyone catch the last episode of Guess That Key?
No, I have not watched the replay yet
because I was on it. So but I do want to show off my key from that night.
Oh, first Omega Red. So who got it?
And I had just gotten this in on Friday. And so before we started, I said to Paul, I was Paul, pick A, B, or C, right? Because that's gonna be the comic. And he picked, I forgot what he picked, but what I had labeled for what he picked was this. So I was all right. And he saw me open the box fresh before we even got started. But it is signed by Jim Lee and Scott Williams.
Nice.
So
very nice.
So what makes that a key?
Oh, first Omega Red.
I didn't know Marvel had keys.
Get out of here.
You're the worst. Anyhow, can I ask y'all a real?
Oh.
I mean, if you don't want a real think tank question, I understand. But I have a think tank question that has been bothering me.
Get that shit off my channel.
Oh, come on. First Ra's al Ghul. Come on.
Okay, hold on, Morgs. How do you feel about him, though?
I do like Swamp Thing.
Okay.
I like the
Everyone likes Swamp Thing. So just saying.
Yeah. What about the other character that's attached to the
I'll
Parliaments?
make it better. There we go.
Hey, Spidey. What about the other characters that are attached to the Parliaments? You got Swamp Thing, you got Solomon Grundy, and you got
Poison Ivy.
Animal Man.
Screw Animal Man. Who is that guy?
What about Poison Ivy?
Yeah, Poison Ivy.
I like Poison Ivy.
Yeah, there's Poison Ivy, and then there's Maxine Baker, who's the true avatar of the Red. Then there was I forget the other girl's name. She was Avatar of the Red, but she was the daughter of Swamp Thing. I forget her name.
I forgot her name too. Shit.
Who knows?
Cliff, you should know this stuff.
What is it? It's Tefe, right? Tefe.
Maybe. Let's see in the chat.
No, she is. I mean, I found it. I'm just saying, like,
But didn't she go by something else, like a different? That was her real name. She had a moniker, didn't she?
El
I don't
Jefe?
recall her having one. The Sprout is one of her aliases, but I think that was just from her being a kid.
That sounds a bit dumb.
Speaking of Ivy, has anyone been reading Poison Ivy?
No.
That the Origin of Species is about to finish up that arc that's in there. It is excellent. Excellent.
You know what has been excellent that I need to read the final issue of is Beast World.
Spider-Man.
I know Spidey. I know.
I'm going to take your recommendation and I'm going to fetch those comics in about a month from the dollar bin.
Which one? Spine-tingling Spider-Man?
No, Origin of the Species.
Oh, the Poison Ivy stuff?
Yes, the Poison Ivy.
The A covers you should get for dirt cheap. Poison Ivy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel terrible, but whenever I go back to find Poison Ivy stuff, if it's the A cover, dollar bin. Yeah. Like, I'm like, okay.
Her
same
variants,
thing with
they're always so gorgeous. They usually always command, a little bit of money.
Or maybe it's the B cover. I do know there's particular covers of Poison Ivy that always end up in somebody's dollar bin. I'm like, okay, good, thanks.
Yeah. Poison Ivy was originally just supposed to be a limited series, this particular run that we're on, but it was so good. DC green lit it and it carried on. No pun intended. And it has been there's been no weak issues as far as I'm concerned with this one. Whereas a lot of DC stuff that I've really enjoyed over the last 3 years has been a little bit of a lull. And Marvel right now seems to be getting their stride back.
They are.
A little bit. I'm going to check out that Avengers series when everybody's ready.
Twilight? Yeah, Twilight's really good.
I got to read issue 1 and 2.
Yeah, notice how it's the alternate future, alternate universe stuff, probable stuff that seems to be really happening now, because as soon as you give people a sandbox with little or no restraint, the creativity flows and we've got a fun story.
All right, Cliff, before you continue, I haven't read issue 6, so I haven't read the conclusion, but you read issue 5 of Beast World?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that response.
Well, listen, Travis, you'll love it. You'll have a great time.
I know. I read issue 5. I haven't read issue 6. But did you read issue 6?
I've been nothing but pissed off with Beast World.
Oh my God, you're the only one though, man.
I do, because I want a certain level of quality, and I know I'm weird. There's certain things where I could just have fun. This is not something where I could just have fun. Like, it really pisses me off. And I'm like, it's not the kind of story where it's really frustrating. Really frustrating.
I think it's one of DC's best events, like, in a long time, though.
It's better than Dark Crisis, and that's not saying much in my book.
It was heartbreaking, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I teared up a little bit reading this.
Yeah, great. But the point is like, I've been on this roller coaster a really long time, Travis. So, like, Evil Raven popping up is just like pissing me off.
Well, hey, spoilers.
I don't give a crap. I don't want. I'm not here to retread that shit. Okay, we've got archives and generations of that for you to look up, and people who did it better. That's right. I'm saying, give me something that's really entertaining. I'm so tired of half setup for another half setup for another half setup for an event after an event after event. F you, okay? You want the Titans to be number 1 in DC? Give me a reason for Titans to be number 1. Don't give me this crap, where like everything is ambiguous when we wrap it up,
So it's no DC versus
it's not for
vampires then.
me. Give me a real freaking story.
Don't be putting DC versus vampires into this conversation.
Cliff, you need
I
to
was
start
trying to
your
give it a
own.
compliment.
You need
Trying to
to
stir the pot.
you need to start your own like series of videos where it's Cliff rants. Cause like,
Cliff,
and it would just like
what you just did is what I've been saying for the last 5 years about Amazing Spider-Man. Like, it's like, don't give me this garbage.
And the thing is, you're absolutely right. And I think, have you heard me talk about meeting Zeb Wells?
No.
Okay, so I've met him, the videos on the Council of Comics. But when I met him, right, we had a really nice chat, and he was really excited. He was really excited about Amazing Spider-Man. And dude, I can tell you that our conversation and what we got in those last 2 years are not the same. They are not the same.
So I've been saying this for
really
a long
bad
time.
for him.
A long time. The best Spider-Man stories when it comes to Peter Parker are in limited series runs. Like,
it's crazy.
Morgs, I'm sure you can back me up on this. So
when I used to read, like I know I still love all the old school stuff because that was the classic stuff that everybody grew up on. But I pretty much, I'm trying to remember, it was somewhere around, and like, Rob, do not pop up and agree with me because I know you will. It was somewhere around the start of Nick Spencer's run that I actually stopped reading, and I got out of comics for a little while and things like that. And then when I got back into it, I got back into it in a collecting, like, you know, part, not an actual reading part. So obviously I haven't read books for quite many years now, but still a massive lover, a massive collector of comics.
Yeah, the thing that's cheesing me off the most about the Amazing Spider-Man right now is Zeb Wells is not the best writer under the roof, under Marvel's roof. And everyone would agree with me. Most people would say the Canadian from Nova Scotia is probably the best. Jed McKay is probably the best writer right now under the Marvel roof. And John Romita Jr., God bless him because of his name, is terrible now. His artwork is terrible. You can't have these two handling your franchise book. Like, DC doesn't do that when it comes to Batman.
How do you think a fellow Aussie
writer?
They don't put a mediocre writer like Tom Taylor would go writing Spider-Man.
Yeah, well, like I just like put Ed Brisson on there. Put someone who, you know, just someone young, someone fresh, but you need to put your number one artist on your number one book.
Instead, what you got, Chris, was Ultimate Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, and so we got Ultimate Spider-Man, and everyone is excited about it just because it's a fresh take. That the interior work is very nice.
Peter Parker doesn't even live in the United States in this one. I love it because the territories of the planet.
And he's 35, but you know, like
but he's with MJ though.
Yeah, and
their kids,
and they have 2 children. But what I'm criticizing though is the art. Like, you want, like, put the art, the artist icon. I'm not even going to try to attempt to pronounce this. What's Juan Ferreira? I believe that's how we pronounce his name. This man right here.
Oh yeah.
His artwork inside here is very good. It's
good. It makes the story better for Spider-Man.
For a horror type of book. This is what you need. You got to get John Romita Jr. off the interiors of the Amazing Spider-Man. Like, it's just not working anymore.
I think Junior has had his day, and he's a bit like Frank Miller, where he's on the downslide.
His covers have been terrible lately.
Is it any surprise to anyone that once JRJR or Frank Miller were left to their own devices after some of their most popular runs of their young lives, the work just wasn't the same? Yeah,
and that's the thing. There are sorry, Cliff. I was going to say there are some older artists that have still maintained their level of artistry, and you might see a little bit of a little bit more looseness in that because of their age, but they're still running a tight ship with their art. I just say, like, two of the biggest names that have ever lived in our industry in Junior and Frank Miller. have just totally declared. And I can understand Frank Miller because he's had a lot of health problems, but Junior, not so much. And he's not that old.
Because he was never really on his own that good. And I know I sound terrible, and I still think he's a lovely person, but I'm saying what I'm saying. You know,
I would love for Jamal Campbell to take over the Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh my God, wouldn't that be awesome? That he could draw some Spidey. He's drawn some beautiful Nightwing.
Jed McKay at the helm, I think it would be an interesting goal because his Moon Knight stuff. Like I feel like he put Moon Knight back on the map in the last 4 years when it comes to Marvel Comics, and for people that read Moon Knight on the reg, I haven't heard them complain about Jed McKay at all whatsoever.
No, that series was solid. I don't know about this new entry so much, but I don't think that's Jed McKay.
Right. But they could even put is it Saladin Ahmed that he could take over the Amazing Spider-Man? Like it's time. Like we don't need
Hey Joe.
We don't need this run to last as long as the Nick Spencer run went, where it's like 80, 85.
So lazy, Beckerman.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be in the Comic Army link.
It's in all the chats that he's part of. He's just lazy. That's all right. I don't mind.
Like they could put Pepe Larez, his artwork on there. He's a great artist too. Like there's so many solid artists that are in their prime. Like just go get a couple young, under 30, and let them have at it. Right now, it just seems like it's over edited and the artwork is just subpar. And DC would never allow this with Batman on the Batman title.
Yeah, because I'm not in the Comic Army chat.
Okay,
it's in the Legion chat. It's in the Link Squad chat. It's in the Goon Squad chat.
He's like, I belong to none of these things. You exclusionist.
Nah, I don't mind. So who do you reckon, if you were going to get one writer that's alive right now, old or new or anything, to write Amazing Spider-Man, which is the Batman of the Marvel universe? Spider-Man is their title.
Am I a horrible person for saying?
Let's not use that reference more.
Jonathan Hickman.
You know what I mean? Like Batman's they're like everything's Batman.
Through franchise,
like everything's Spider-Man sort of thing. So who would be the writer?
I will. Seabiz was onto something. I've been enjoying enough of what Jerry Duggan is doing that I would give him a shot on Spider-Man.
I feel it has to be someone that's been heralded, that's handled other like B or C list characters.
Dude, Jerry Duggan has been doing a great job on Iron Man. So like I feel
has elevated. I know, like I read Iron Man every month too. And I think the Alex Ross does fantastic covers there. I really think if DC didn't lock up Chip Zdarsky on Batman, because I've asked Chip Zdarsky in person, like, hey man, would you ever consider doing the Amazing Spider-Man? He's like, I can't, because I can't handle one franchise character and do the other at the same time, knowing like what I'm doing to Batman, then somehow I can't mimic it or do the same thing with Peter Parker. So it has to be different. So that's why he does just miniseries now with Marvel.
Yeah, he wants to keep his sort of
he's got it. His main focus has to be DC's franchise character. I don't know, man. Like maybe give it to Stephanie Phillips. Give it to Stephanie Phillips for 12 issues and see what she can do with it.
Okay. So I'm going to sound this out for you, Spidey, because we have this conversation every week.
Do we?
I've left all the chats.
No, you haven't told me that. I didn't actually know
I told you last week. Or 2 weeks ago, sorry. 2 weeks ago, we had this conversation. The Legion chat that I stayed in, that's the only chat I'm in. That's not the one you're in.
Okay. You're in one of the... Okay. I am sorry.
I'm in the A team. You're in the B squad. And...
I'm always in the B squad.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Don't see it.
I apologize. You know, I'm always happy to send you a link. You know I love you. Even if you do try and hassle me.
Well, don't act like I wasn't looking. It's just I'm not in. I left the Link Squad. I left the Comic Army. I still pay my deal for both of those. I'm just I do one chat. Because I just don't. Yeah. Anyway.
Maybe.
So Cadence. And I fucked up on McCone. I messed up on McCone. He left TD at the same time. So
so I didn't even know he'd left TD.
Yeah, he left Tatiana or whatever her name is.
Yeah, Tatiana Dykes. Yeah.
Yeah, Dykes. That's it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Cadence, and nobody's talking about it. Bleeding Cool's trying to get a story for a week, and they can't get anybody on record. This is fascinating.
I saw it was actually one of my Facebook groups that actually brought it to my attention.
Yeah, it's got to be about money, right?
It's maybe
they must have gotten behind with a lot of people.
What's the context?
So Cadence comic art, I would put him in the top 3.
Okay.
Of all art reps because they have quite the I'm going to change that. Had quite the impressive roster. In the last week, like the majority of their name artists have taken to their social media and said, I'm no longer with Cadence. And some of them are saying, hey, I don't know if I'll ever have an art rep again. But they won't say why. They're just saying we no longer have, Southern Comic Geek. You know, if you're an art collector right now, you are trying to find out this story and nobody's talking.
No, because if it was Mike, I could have messaged him and asked him because I know Mike McCone. But
okay,
as soon as you mentioned that,
no,
I'm like,
but he left TD art, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, he bums around with you know Mike White, don't you? He always bums around with Mike White, the ex-cop who's like one of his best mates that he's always at cons with.
Okay.
I'm not surprised that he didn't take up the mantle and just say, look, I'll just do it. Because all he does is travel around and go to cons with Mike McCone or Mark McKenna or any of those sort of guys. So
Michael, is Mike McCone still based here in Canada? Because I know he left the UK and he was I thought
I'm not sure. I don't know about
he's more of a nomad. He has been for a long time.
Okay. The only reason why we were talking about him is I accidentally said that was one of the artists that left, and he wasn't a Cadence guy. So like people I've commissioned stuff from, like I know Kelly Williams left,
Gabriel Hardman left.
Is it about SCG's talking about it? He says somebody was looking to bail in January. It's got to be money, dude. Why else would that many people leave at once? Somebody's not getting paid.
Either that or he's taking a bigger cut than what his artist knew he was getting, which sometimes happens.
I just feel like he's I think Paulo's behind on the bills. It's got to be. What else would cause this level of mass exodus?
Because I've spoken to certain artists that have been approached by reps and said, oh, you know, we've wanted to represent you and all this sort of stuff. And a lot of them are denied because their percentage cut that the rep gets is way too high. That's what makes me think something like that maybe is happening, where he's like, oh, yeah, I'll just take 10%. I'll just charge them 10% more and that's my cut. But now it's like, oh, they somehow find out that they're getting 20 or 30 or 40% more. That could be it, but
yeah, it's crazy though, right?
It's weird. It's what it is. It's fucking weird.
It's weird to me that Bleeding Cool is, you know, so what? On Tuesday, I noticed I did a search on Twitter for the comments about Cadence comic art. And one of the comments that popped up was Rich Johnson of Bleeding Cool. And he was saying, hey, any of you Cadence people that are posting, like he was putting on everyone's. I'd love to get somebody on the record. And, you know, the fact that he hasn't had an article yet lets me know nobody's willing to talk about it.
No.
I've never seen a situation where people are getting, you know, if they were getting ripped off in any way, I wouldn't understand why they wouldn't talk about it.
Maybe they're lowering up.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something class action that they're all considering.
Oh, you're talking about
what I was thinking, Chris. I think you might be right on the money there.
You're talking about Byron SCG. Byron's a very good mate of mine, actually. He's a Canadian. He's a very nice guy, and he's helped me out of a lot of situations.
Yeah.
But Byron's a good guy.
But if there's money involved and someone's been shortchanged, word of mouth quickly spreads, and it wouldn't take much for one artist's representation to reach out to a bunch of other artists to say, hey, if you dealt with this person, take a look at your receipts or whatever, and if you feel something is not right, let me know, because on, say, February 15th, we're moving forward with a lawsuit, and I strongly suggest you don't say anything between now and then. And that might explain that
Might be
they're
a
worrying up with the class
cease
action
and
issue.
desist type thing or something, possibly. I don't know. You guys would obviously be able to tell me more about what that side of things, because I don't know the legality side over there. But yeah, it's just weird. Like, there's so many scenarios going through my head, like what Mike was saying. Like, it could be behind the bills. I'm thinking maybe people have found out too much cut is going in his pocket instead of what should be or has been stated.
I feel like that could be worked out, though.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah, it's
mass
like, what are
exodus,
you doing, dude? You want to
I'm only thinking big level stuff, which is I haven't gotten a check from you in 6 months, and I keep getting stories, or I'm getting paid just a little bit of the money you owe me. You've gotten behind. Like, that's what I'm thinking. But again, allegedly,
aftershock stuff.
This is all just me spitting, because 10 people, I counted on Twitter, 10 of those messages just on Tuesday or Wednesday.
And the other thing is, most of them look almost identical in the wording.
They read exactly the same almost. Like, when 10 people do the same thing almost the exact same way on the same day, I gotta think it's not
lawyer.
Where's Remy?
Lawyer.
Yeah,
it's
so bizarre.
It's too abrupt to not feel.
But if you actually had a look at the website where it says rep, when you go to his website now,
yeah, he took all the featured artists off.
All the featured artists off. But when you go to the commission section, there's still a few artists listed there. Not as many as what there used to be, about 20. Like, they'd all say sold out on it, but it would give you the opportunity to have a look at sort of rough pricing.
Who is
There's
their
about
Mount
5
Rushmore
left
then?
out of about the 30 that were there.
Who is their Mount Rushmore of artists then?
Jeff Lemire was rep by Cadence.
Oh,
yeah, there's some names.
There's some names. Like, a lot of them, some people may have never heard of.
Right.
Like, I discovered a lady named Kayla Valerio, who I've actually done an artist series episode on her.
Nobody watches your channel, Spidey.
Fuck off.
You're literally on his channel.
And,
I don't watch it. I'm not going to watch the rewind of this.
No, that's right. And yeah, like, it was.
Yeah,
the communication is not great from their rep, but she was a lovely person, awesome art, undiscovered talent, sort of thing. He's got a lot of those, but he has got a lot of like names you definitely have heard of.
Now, do
probably
me a favor.
not Jim Lee, Tom McFarlane, like caliber type, but people that you would have heard of and know their work.
Yeah, they had a pretty good sale a while back, right? Scott, like over the holidays, I think Scott like hammered one of their recent sales pretty hard.
He hammers everybody's sales on the art pages.
Okay, so if they're handling Lemire, are they handling his indie stuff? Are they handling his DC Marvel stuff, or all of it?
It was more his commission-based stuff,
okay.
Like con appearance, like pre-show sketch lists and things like that in his actual commission list, if and when he ever did open them. I had a chance at one point, didn't have the money for it, unfortunately.
Just funny because he does free sketches at like
a little bit of his original art, but I think Jeff mainly likes to deal with his bigger mainstream stuff himself.
Okay.
So, Chris, can I get your opinion? Speaking of art, I just wanted you to evaluate a piece I picked up recently. What do you think of this?
Did I just call you a jerk a minute ago?
Yeah, I sure did.
Hold it back up though. In all seriousness, put that back up.
Scotty Young, Kansas City's own.
Yeah. I like it.
It's a little offside, but we'll see how far it goes.
Did the Chiefs beat the
So
Bills? Did they?
Yeah.
2 weekends ago,
Okay.
Yes.
2 weekends ago, I ran into Scotty at brunch, and I had told him that
Good brunch.
I was picking that up, and I also told him that I just picked up a couple of his statues, and I didn't know this, but apparently, like, he's like, yeah, I love that company. I just send them my drawings, and they render everything for me for the state. He's like, I don't have anything to do with the process. He's like, until they got a hold of my stuff, I never knew what the back of my drawings looked like. And I thought that was a really funny comment.
Yeah. He is very approachable. I approached him in the lobby of the hotel when during Heroes. I said, hey man, like I really like your stuff. Can I just get a quick picture with you? And I didn't realize that he was actually hanging out with, like, I guess his wife and some family or whatever. He stepped aside, he's like, sure, and took a picture. If I would have known that he would have been a Chiefs fan, I would have geared up and see if he would have said yes then. But
so we were talking. He's like me. Neither of us are from KC. We both moved here roughly around 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I think he moved here a year before I did when we were talking about it. And he's like me. Just if I live near an NFL team, I'm going to pay attention to him, sort of thing.
Okay.
And became a fan that way.
So now, Mike, when you used to come on my Wednesday show all the time, that you would go to one or two different shops, and sometimes they would have an artist there that really donated a lot of their wares to the children's hospital in that vicinity.
Not an artist, but I know it was Jason Aaron.
Jason Aaron, that was it. Okay.
So Jason Aaron does a lot of work with Elite Comics in KC.
Yeah,
and donates a lot of money to Children's Mercy of Kansas City.
Right. Okay.
Scotty does too. Scotty. Not to sell him short, he does stuff. But Jason Aaron's like signing books every week in that shop. Like, because when he goes to pick up his pull, he'll like walk around and look for books that he's had released that week, and he'll just sign the whole stack. And they just ask that if you buy one, you throw a couple bucks in the jar.
Yeah.
I want to get Scotty Young on Roscoe's channel for Between the Lines.
That'd be a hard get.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
he
knows about
like
the show.
Committing to anything.
Yeah, he knows about the show thanks to Kyle, but that's about it.
Yeah. Shouldn't you be packing up, Dave? If you're still there. The show's
I'm still here.
3 o'clock or 3 p.m.
3 p.m. I'm on the road back, which is what.
Oh, okay. How did you go, or did I take all your good stuff?
I did all right. I think someone didn't do very well at all. He didn't even make his money back on the booth.
Oh God! And
but his price,
that's not a lot of money either.
No, it's like $100. So I was like blown away. But then I looked at his books, and all of his books were like 2021 prices, and he wasn't moving. I offered him half on a Devil Dinosaur #1. He was wanting $700 for it. 9.8.
What? Even I know that's
like,
ridiculous.
FMV's like 350, which is about 250 US. So I made him a fair offer, but he just didn't take it. Like, he could have paid for his booth with just that one sale.
Mm. That's the thing. Like, I know you guys have talked about this even over there. Is sometimes you have comic dealers that want to sell, and other ones that just love their books too much.
Yeah, it's like, why are you even trying? What are you doing? That with that show we did with Izzy, up here. Why are you doing this to us, Chris? Why would you do that?
But Chasm's coming back, baby.
If you think about it, the only thing that my precious Zeb has been doing consistently from Beyond to now is he is very much invested in Ben Reilly.
Just not enough.
Because the strings are attached. Like, I feel like he would love to wrap up that storyline, but it's like, I can't because they won't let me do anything with Spidey.
Yeah.
Is Slot still writing Spidey? I wasn't sure if that's the case, or
He's
is it
writing
new?
Spider
Right?
Boy.
He writes Spider Boy, and
And-
does he? Let me just take a look here. If he does, he does Spider Boy,
He just needs to leave Spider-Man alone.
and he does Superior. That's it.
Yeah.
Look, I hated Slot for Superior at the beginning, but he won me over. That storyline is just brilliant. And I actually found myself not hating Peter Parker, but I was like, why are we bringing Peter back? Like, Doc Ock as Spider-Man is actually quite interesting.
I will say 2 things that made me really angry with Dan Slott were 2 of the ways he handled Peter in the early end of it, right? Then he was like, all right, we're just going to focus on Doc Ock now. And then I really started to enjoy it. So I'm with you on that. And then, like, when it was time to bring Peter back, he did whatever he could to kind of course correct the Peter Parker slandering he committed at the beginning of that run. But
agreed. Agreed. It just
my biggest takeaway from Dan Slott was he didn't know how to handle Peter's personal life when it came to romance. To me, he just doesn't know how to write outside of Renew Your Vows. He doesn't know how to write a good love story with his main characters.
You can have him, see Bizzle. You can have him.
Yeah.
I may not read anymore. Doesn't mean I don't have hatred for the guy. Like, I wasn't one of those people who actually sent him literal death threats when he killed Peter Parker, but calling him a dickhead in person was close enough.
And again, you act like Marvel was not pulling the strings on this. I don't blame Dan Slott. Dan Slott's like, I'm just going to make the best of the situation because they want me to kill Peter. You know, you got to remember, this was like an era where you had wild, crazy people at Marvel who was like ruin this, destroy this stuff. I don't want Sony to benefit from this. I don't want Fox to benefit from this. You know, all of that was going on, and Dan Slott got death threats as a result. I'm like, I hope the paycheck was worth it, Dan. I hope the paycheck was worth it.
Couldn't he have just lived off of his Night Thrasher Volume 1 money?
That's what I was just about to say.
Night Thrasher to the moon.
That $1.60 paycheck does not go a long way.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
You weren't here earlier, Beckerman, when I was showing off the books that I was going to just bring to my library to donate. Some of them were New Warriors book.
Why are you giving away your investment?
To answer Jay's question, I really enjoyed it. But my favorite part of the Ultimate Spider-Man issue 1 was actually the communication inside the restaurant bar between Ben and Jay Jonah. To me, it kind of had that feel from Heat, where Pacino and De Niro sat down. Like, that they're saying that they're both in the same area and same mentality, but they're clearly 2 different sides of the same coin. So I really enjoyed that part of it. But
that was a lot of good world building that took place in that first issue. And we're very hard on our first issues, I feel, but also because the price of comics really stings these days, right? But I still have faith. I feel like everything we got from Ultimate Invasion and that first issue of Ultimate Spider-Man, I feel was like laying groundwork. Like, if you had been reading all the way through, just the fact that you realize that Peter doesn't live in what we know as North America is really fascinating, you know? And it's only glossed over. It's in the Ultimate Invasion stuff, it's clear, but it's just glossed over when you're reading Ultimate Spider-Man #1. But I mean, I am very intrigued. I thought it was well executed.
Yeah. Yep. Give it 4 issues. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to give it 4 issues, and then
I haven't got.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get a solid 100 issues out of him, just like they did with Brian.
But
You're breaking up, Dave. Yep. No.
Have you guys seen the negative space by JTC for Blood Hunt #1, the classic Blade, negative space, that green one there.
Ooh.
No, I've not seen that. That looks wicked.
By the way, this is a series that I'm on board for
Cool.
and that I don't feel like wildly invested in, you know, like, or that I have to have a certain level of expectation that truly is not going to be lived up to, right?
This is what they're mimicking.
But they're not, because this
I'm
Blood
sorry,
Hunt
it's
is in
Blade.
continuity.
Blade is on a different level.
This Green Arrow was the main star. Like, they smoked Batman in this, man. Yeah, you know what though, Cliff, all joking aside, I'm really looking forward to it too.
Yeah, because it looks like the appropriate level of fun. And I mean, I'm only bringing that up just because, like, it's just the counter to Beast World, which, like, it, like, had pressure on it to perform for me, you know? And, like, it, you know, it just is not, it's not there where I want to spend $5 freaking a book on this and $6 a book or whatever the lenticular is and all that other stuff.
They are Marvel is releasing some red band covers. They're going to be polybagged and everything. So it makes me think they're taking it seriously.
No, marketing seriously, but like it should be a really fun event, right? And there's no pressure there's no pressure on it to be groundbreaking, right? Or that we're gonna elevate the young Avengers in this event. We're gonna show you how important they are to the Marvel universe. There's nothing like that.
We're gonna bring the new Warriors back. Yeah,
they need to.
That woke him up.
They do need to mirror what DC did with DC versus Vampires, and in the first issue of that 12-issue run, they smoked 2 members of the Justice League, right off the bat in that series, in that first issue. So because this is only going to be 5 issues, they need to do something drastic right out of the gate to
listen.
represent.
They killed off one of the Teen Titans in the first issue of Beast World.
I'm just saying, for this to be taken seriously and I do think they need to smoke someone bright and early.
Taylor Render. Marvel is dead. Long live Valiant.
And the fact they got Tiger on the cover, I don't like her chances.
You're the first to go. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
It concerns.
So, how did they bring it up? So, I completely missed it. I sort of missed the FOMO on Ultimate Spider-Man. How did they bring back the Ultimate Universe? Because wasn't it just decimated in the incursions?
It was. The maker made maker being the surviving Reed Richards of the Ultimate Universe. He made a brand new Ultimate Universe, the 6160 universe. And he's like, and it was really funny because the Illuminati goes after him, the Marvel Illuminati goes after him, right? And he's just like, okay, you know what? I am smarter than all of you. And it's like, I like your world. I think I'm going to improve upon it. And then just vanishes to his new world. And the last thing we see in that opening issue is Peter on his school trip, and he just snags the spider right in a little vial. He's like, oh, that could have been nasty. And I really believe in good fortune or some bullshit line like that. Yeah. And right there is where it starts. And then as you read the rest of Ultimate Invasion, you see how he manipulates everything, the power structure, which heroes he has literally kept framed on ice, made sure incidents didn't happen, made like the Hulk that we got is a pacifist. Illyana and Colossus are the leaders of their region, and he constantly repositions like who's going to be the bad guy just to keep things going in the public eye. And like it's a whole thing. I really enjoyed it. And like, of course, once that world's read was like kind of exposed to what was going on, because he Man the Iron masked him, right? Yeah. And then that world's Iron Man, which is Tony's dad, like they kind of got in cahoots, and they're like, okay, we could do something here, or like we could trap the maker. So, and then of course from the future, their Kang of this Ultimate Universe keeps sending Ultimates clones back to try and like take out the Maker and all sorts of crazy shit. So the Maker gets locked inside his own like Tesseract area where he's battling all this shit infinitely for God knows how long. Iron Lad, Tony Stark, and Iron Mask, Reed Richards, and a few others are like, okay, we have access to all of his plans. Let's figure this out and start undoing whatever shit he was. So the first thing is they found Thor, released him, figured out he was Frayne. What's her name was after him? Lady Sith. Then she realizes that Thor is Frayne, and she's like, oh my God. So like now Lady Sith is like joining the heroes because she's just like, oh, like, I have a lot of wrongs to right. So I was like, okay, cool. So like it just all this neat stuff that's happening. And then when we get to Ultimate Spider-Man, it opens like a few months earlier than the present, where he's like, he feels like his life should have been different. And of course he gets this message from Iron Lad and he's like, look, if you want it, it's yours. There's a whole world waiting for you if you accept this. So.
And there was two that survived the original Ultimate Universe: the Maker and Miles.
And Miles rejects him. He comes to Miles in Ultimate Invasion 1, and he's like, you could come with me. And he's like, no way, man.
Cliff, I missed half of that. Can you repeat it?
You can watch it on the rewind, baby. The time marker is 3:16:00. Go to that, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, it was actually very well done. It's been very well done. You can tell that they've mapped this out for a while. It's not something that's being slapped together. That there is a plan. I'm looking forward to Black Panther to see what they're going to do there too with the whole Khonshu aspect.
I had to stop by my LCS today to make sure that I'm going to get everything because I did not get everything with Ultimate Spidey.
Were you guys talking about Blood Hunt earlier?
Yep. We were.
Yeah. Is anybody actually excited for that?
Me and Chris.
Why?
Because it's fun and it's
because I love DC versus Vampire.
Vampire, exactly. That's all it is. And why isn't anybody calling a variant cover for these Vampirians? My God, marketing, get your shit together.
Come on, man. DC did it 2 years ago. Why didn't they call it then?
Exactly. Yeah. Why am I coming up with this?
CC Bizzle's excited about it.
Because you're an ideas man. That's what it is.
I really am. So actually, I had an idea a while back I sent to Drac. I wanted him to do a Vampirians line where he just took comic books, like you send him a comic book, any comic book, and he would turn it for you and just like draw fangs on it. And he would call them Vampirians. And he didn't do it. I gave him $1 million idea. And he didn't
drop the ball.
Yeah, screw Drac. Would you have not at least sent a book to him? Come on.
Yeah, I would. You know what I would have done? I would have got like a big time facsimile, like Giant Size X-Men in the facsimile, and sent it to him. I think a great book, like a big book like that.
Take it like one of those whiteout markers Lashley uses, and just throw in some white fangs, and boom, you're done.
Yeah, and just if you did like a quick flash of the book, like, look what I did to my Giant Size X-Men 1, people would lose their mind.
Yeah. That's silly Drac.
Hulk 340 again. Hulk 340.
I think Remark started 85, Taylor.
I love how all the vampire variants are all based on Tomb of Dracula covers and such. I'm like this is it's a lot. Again, it's selling me on a fun factor and not an expectation factor, and that is why I'm lured to it.
Oh, so maybe that's what I saw, because I saw my mate Dave do a cover. It had Captain America holding somebody with a whole pile of like vampires trying to attack him or something, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's what that's for. Because I didn't know anything about Blood Hunt until you guys actually mentioned it. I haven't been on my pull box in a while, unfortunately.
Out yet? It doesn't start till May.
Oh, okay. So I
Yeah.
got time to order shit. So
Yeah.
anything to do with Blade, I'll generally try and grab it.
Yeah.
It
it's
doesn't.
nowhere
Yeah,
near
it doesn't
what
start
it's
yet.
supposed to be yet. Yeah.
Because I
Not all-
think that X-Men and everybody's getting ready for their summer whatever's storylines.
Hey, Katie. Taylor's firing with everybody. He wants to say everybody's fangs.
Their mom's fangs, mainly.
Eh.
He's into the mothers.
So what's the actual premise of Blood Hunt? Or we don't even know the premise of it yet.
Everybody becomes vampires. That's the premise.
Okay.
If you read DC versus Vampires, I would say exactly.
You know I wouldn't have
Which, don't get me wrong, I liked DC versus Vampires. I just don't know why Marvel's gotta
copy
do
it so
the
soon.
same thing.
Want me to
2
read
years
you
later.
the synopsis, Morgs?
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you.
The bloodiest Marvel event ever. The skies have gone dark, the sun hiding its face from the carnage to come. The children of the night, the vampires, have risen from dark and hidden places of the world as one to drown the Marvel Universe in blood. Earth's final night has fallen. Can even the heroes of this doomed world stem the tide of blood that is to come? Join the Avengers Blade Bloodline, Spider-Man, Hunter's Moon, Tigra, Doctor Strange, and Clea as the Dance of Death begins in Blood Hunt #1 on sale in May. $5.99, 40 pages, 5 issues, and there will be a red band polybagged edition and a crap ton of variants coming, highlighted by that JTC one I just showed.
Is that the April solicits?
This one is April.
Yep. Is that where Roxxon's Thor is in there? Because that one...
That's interesting, though, isn't it?
That is really intriguing me.
Yeah.
Al Ewing's going super meta for a one-shot.
So, yes, Roxxon presents Thor #1. It's here. Morgus, if you want to blow me up. They got an Alex Ross cover beside... Who's doing this? Greg Land. So, there's your normal Immortal Thor by...
read the Roxxon Presents, though.
So this one here. So the Roxxon, we were talking about that earlier on... On... my God, why am I blanking? At Triple G's channel. After Only Slabs. From the pages of the Immortal Thor, the Roxxon age of comics with multiple X's begin. His secret identity as AI spokesguru Chad Hammer, the son of Odin, knows Mama Gaia as a top priority for heroes and business. But when a group of insane environmental activists take saving the earth too far, it's time to show them the wisdom on both sides as Thor. So
corporate Thor, and it's like a commentary on AI and
so it's supposed to be, it's a comic within a comic. So basically, for those of you that have seen Logan, the final Wolverine movie, where Hugh Jackman's Wolverine holds up a comic book and it's an X-Men book and says, "This isn't us. This didn't happen." It's basically the same thing that's happening with Al Ewing, Immortal Thor.
I'm really excited about it.
But
Trying
it's
to
really
break
good.
the third or the fourth wall sort of type thing.
Kind
It's
of.
just super meta.
It's a comic book within a comic book.
You got the DC previews there? Anything good in there?
No, I
So
don't want
DC previews. House of Brainiac, which is crossing
Ooh.
Action, Superman, and Superman House of Brainiac special. The one that kind of caught my eye is the free comic book day book that they have coming for Mad Magazine. And it's Superman like going to rip open his shirt, but actually just rips open his suit by mistake. Like, that's great Mad Magazine right there.
There you go, Cliff. Where's Cliff?
I think you left.
Let's
No,
see.
he's still there. He's just blank.
Yeah, they're really pushing The House of Brainiac in this particular one.
That's gonna be fun. I'm excited for that.
They're spotlighting a whole lot of annuals that are coming though. Let's see. Nightwing's annual is coming. Harley Quinn. House of Brainiac is having a bunch of different covers, and the Yannick Paquette kind of looks like David Nakayama.
Yep. Hang on.
Oh, that's Crush.
Yep. There's a new Suicide Squad coming called Dream Team.
Yeah, that's the one I'm getting. There's 2 Suicide Squad books coming. There's the Suicide Squad Kills Arkham, and then there's Suicide Squad Dream Team, which has Dreamer.
Nicole Maines as a writer on it.
Yeah, so I'm excited for that.
And the final issue of Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong, they got the cover here for that. This has been a fun read as well. So we finally have Mecha Godzilla show up.
Bit of a plain sort of cover.
Yeah.
Is that the cover?
That is the cover, final issue.
Oh, okay. Well, at least we know there'll be other covers.
So yeah, that's Mecha Godzilla with Lex Luthor right under him there and Superman looking at it.
That's
and
really supposed to be the cover?
Yeah.
Like the other covers look way more interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on here? I heard a beep, but there's nobody else there.
Starfire is getting her own series.
Man.
Where's Papa? Oh no, there's Papa. I'm like, I'm sorry, you're above me.
I like Starfire, but I don't know. I'd be interested in getting like her solo story.
Her variant covers will be the best part.
Yeah,
maybe
that is that most definitely.
What's this link that Popper's put in here?
Chris, did you read John Constantine?
Not looking at wrestling crap.
Constantine?
Yeah, did you read the first issue of Constantine by Sai?
Oh, it's for Mike.
Is that a part of the Sandman universe, that one?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I haven't touched Sandman stuff in a while.
I enjoyed it. Sugar Skulls enjoyed it too. There's some people that thought it was slow getting into, but I'm still interested to see where it goes.
Speaking of Sugar Skull, she lives in Kansas City, TM. How about you?
Some people say that I'm already a Kansas Cityan.
Well, we need to make it official.
I'm no longer Canadian. I got to change my logo and everything.
Whoa. Take it easy now with what you said.
What American?
Why wouldn't you want to live? Why wouldn't you want to live in a championship city? We just exude winning here.
I'm from one that's won multiple championships. Toronto. How about you, Mike?
I live in Kansas City.
So what do you guys got? 3 championships and like what have the Royals done anything? Like,
I think number 4 will be here in a week.
Yeah.
And then
I do think that it's going to be, and this is the funny thing too. You have Taylor Swift, who has like a bomber of a year. Then you have Kansas City Chiefs having a great freaking year, and they're probably going to win again this year. And then you're going to have Deadpool 3 drop, and it's just going to be that trifecta. It's a big conspiracy, guys. It's huge. Like they all plan this. They plan this. Ryan Reynolds plans it all.
All I'm hearing is Canadian names.
That's true.
Deadpool.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Taylor
Ryan
Swift
Reynolds.
was the babysitter for?
Yeah?
Jeff
Who?
Jarrett's kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Double J.
She lived across the street from Jeff Jarrett, so he hired her to be a babysitter, and then she was like their nanny, and then she had to quit when her career took off.
Yo,
Papa Wheelie
Chris-
dropping facts.
Chris, Jed McKay and Pepe Larraz are on Blood Hunt.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was like, I was like, oh my God. I was like, it's
Yeah.
our dream team, but we're getting it for Blood Hunt.
Yeah.
I came really close to pulling the trigger on a Pepe Larraz remark. I just couldn't do it. It wasn't enough of a drawing for me.
What's he charge?
Oh, not much. I think I was buying it from another collector, so I think he charged $50 for it. They sent it to CGC, and they were willing to sell it to me for like $100 plus shipping. So it was a decent enough deal. My issue with it is I always wanted like something a little more substantial from him, and I've had a lot of issues getting on the commission list, and he now works more and more digitally. He doesn't really like working physical
He's not
media.
he's not an easy get. He hasn't
He's
been for
not.
quite a few years.
It was a huge series of hoops to jump through just to get as close as I did to getting on his list at I believe it was C2E2 was the closest I came in maybe 2018 or 2019.
It is
But
Pepe
he's-
Larraz in the United States?
No, but he comes here enough.
Okay.
He's
My
in-
my issue with him
he's
is
in
he's
Spain
the
or
last
something?
one I need to have all the young guns from 2017. I have everybody else a commission from them. I don't have him.
So where did you guys say he might be based?
Spain, I think he
Spain.
is.
Spain?
yeah.
Okay. Speaking of Spain, I hope the Miranda brothers drop their new project really sooner rather than later.
Are they
Yeah, pretty
going
good.
through? Are they going through Aftershock?
Oh, I haven't heard that much about Aftershock. It's a shame.
I had a pretty big
Aftershock
mail
is still having. It still has books coming out though. I'm pretty sure. Like they're coming out with more. What's that book from? Kind of like the Jason Friday the 13th type of vibe to it. It came out from Aftershock. You know what I'm talking about, right? Nobody? All right.
Which one from Aftershock? I wasn't listening.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
They have another one. It was like the Jason Friday the 13th type of character. He was going around killing people. From Aftershock.
I'm not
No.
following that one.
Maniac in New York. Yes, that's it.
Oh, okay.
They're coming out with
giving some of
another.
those away.
What's that?
You're giving some of those away. And
I
those
know.
people-
I just showed them tonight, and I couldn't think of. It's late here. It's 12:38. Yeah, they're coming out with another series of that. That's the only thing I've seen in the solicits for Aftershock. But nobody wants to work with them because they kind of. What was it? They
Stop paying people.
yeah. Nobody really wants to work with somebody
Yeah,
that's just
weirdly
like, oh,
enough, people get a hang up on getting paid.
Well, yeah, not only that, when they because We Live got optioned by Netflix, they pocketed all the money. The Miranda brothers didn't get a damn thing, and Aftershock owns the IP.
If you talk about that stuff, you're gonna get hoarders' hides, blood pressure up.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's true. Like We Live would be fantastic in animation on Netflix. Sad.
Oh man! So I got an AOK from Alan Rue. It was the only New Warriors related comic book I didn't own. I've been hunting it for 20 years.
20
And
years.
yeah, just never came across a copy, and I didn't really want to succumb to ordering it offline. I just wanted to find it in the wild. But Alan had enough of that, and I guess he stumbled across it in somebody's whatnot store, and he was like, "Screw it! I know Becker needs it. I'm buying it, and I'm sending it to him." So I'm calling the hunt off. I now have Namarita #1 brought to you by the fine people at Miami Metro-Dade Police Department.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say it's like the one you need for your 25th run.
But like, okay.
No, I never owned one.
So
How did
what
that
is it?
happen? Miami-Dade Metro Police Department making a Namarita #1 with Marvel.
Oh yeah, dude, and it's a total like crap festival on the inside. Like it literally tells kids to snitch on their parents and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, here we go. The name of the story is called Play by the Rules.
First of all, who's doing the artwork there?
It's
not Larson, is it?
Darren Auk.
No.
Darren Auk. is the
Darren Auk,
artist.
yeah. Bill Anderson.
That's a deep cut right there. Darren Auk.
Yeah. See a gun, dial 911.
Oh, they got rhymes.
You really
Yeah.
should though. Like, let's be honest. Like, that's not snitching. That's
In Canada, it's a lot worse too. If we see a gun, then we just freak out because we're not used to seeing them.
yeah.
Enviro cops, children protecting their environment.
Sounds like some early brainwashing right there for the liberal left.
And yet, this was published by the Miami Metro-Dade Police Department.
Wait, isn't Florida
Which
Republican
side is the
state?
real villain right now?
In 1993.
Oh, the irony of it all. Scott, I freak out when I see a gun too, because it's not in my
Because I
collection.
want it. Okay, so
I would
hello,
love to be
Enviro
Scott's
cops.
next door
We're
neighbor
happy-
because I know nothing would ever happen to my home.
Hello, Enviro cops. We're happy to be a part of this wonderful learning experience. The lesson here is guns and drugs can hurt you and ruin your life. We want you to learn how to avoid them
Of course
and
you do,
where you
Scott.
can go for help if you need to. As a police chief, my most important message to you is the police are your friends. Our job is to protect you and your families. So if you know something is happening, even within your own family, that is not right, or you see a gun or drugs, call 911. Remember, we are all cops and friends working together.
I was going to say, I was waiting for Mike to finish. I was going to say, Chris, would you even try venturing to Scott's front door? You'd have to evade the landmines and claymores and lasers and probably freaking sharks in a moat and fucking all sorts of shit.
I would meet Scott at a gun convention and then wait for him to drive us back to his place to look at his gun collection. That way I know exactly where to walk.
Yeah.
Or like
No, don't
give
step
a
there.
message or a
Step
phone
over
call.
there.
Be like, hey, can you meet me outside your place and show me where to go?
Yeah.
No, I'm not afraid to kick in Scott's door. Do you know why? My smile is disarming.
Oh my
Kick in the door. He's coming up two-fisted. He ain't looking at your smile. He's looking at your forehead.
I guarantee if I make it to his front door, he's already saw me on cameras for at least 3 minutes.
This is true.
And he'll just be like, "Come in, Becker."
3 minutes or 3 miles?
No, it takes me about 3 minutes to get to somebody's door.
Good Lord.
If he has steps, add a minute.
Oh god. Yeah, I can just imagine Scott's house would literally be like walking into like an army base or something in the middle of Fallujah or something
Well, I
like that.
have
You know,
a-
it'd be-
I have a
Fallujah. Wow, you just went in.
Wow, man. Ohio ain't that bad.
that's super dated.
Yeah, probably.
But
I watch too much NCIS and shows like that.
I have a theory that Pocan Joe secretly built Scott a gun that shoots knives.
That sounds amazing.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, he built a skateboard that
My neighborhood isn't quite that
ejects
bad.
knives.
Was it not that bad before you got in there, or it's not that bad because you're in there?
Yeah, that reminds me. What is Pocan Joe up to?
I don't know.
Oh, he was around. He was around last week.
He was.
He popped on for a bit.
And I caught one of his lives recently. I don't know what he was working on, but it seemed amazing. And of course, his happy birthday for Rob, almost stole the show for me. It was very upsetting.
His happy birthday video was
fantastic.
Was something to edit, let me tell you.
What, you mean you had to edit that? You had to edit that more?
It was all splicing that I did, but yeah, it was just as it came in, yours came in, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, Cliff. And then in goes Joe's, I'm like, what the fuck is going on with these people, man?
Yo, his wife, Rob's wife, okay? What were her words? Did I misunderstand something from that chat? Right? Did she not say go for the comedy, go for the roasting, go for it?
Yes,
right?
she did.
Listen,
I'm just saying, Jesus Christ, I didn't expect that.
It was from me.
No, I just didn't expect it to show up in my inbox.
Slide into the DMs.
When you ask this community for comedy and for go for the gusto, and now you know what to expect.
Switch Comics went for comedy and delivered with him being on the moon. So
that was lovely. I'm just saying, I felt mine was quite funny. I thought I delivered appropriately.
Yeah. In a Buffalo Bill manner, you sure did.
Exactly. And listen, DVH approved of it at 4:30 UK time in the morning. So it is fine.
DVH's was good too.
It was. It really was. All of it was great, by the way. I mean, a few people were like really serious about giving him a serious happy birthday. I'm like, oh, aren't you guys sweet? I was just
I was like, I'll throw in, a little silliness here and there, but I won't go over the top because it's just not me. I can't pull that off.
Yeah, and the thing is with Simons, he did like the very slow roll up, and I'm like, should I edit this and crop it down a little bit? Fuck no. I'm gonna leave the whole thing in here.
Yeah, because everybody knows I tend to waffle, so I'm like, this is no way this is going for 30 seconds. And then when I saw like Anachronic, Anachronic's one,
3
and
minutes.
I'm like, went for freaking minutes a minute. I'm like, 35 seconds is not that far over.
I was so impressed. Anachronic went full sketch, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I was trying. Mine was under 30 seconds. I was just trying to keep it sharp and to the point.
And
it wasn't. Maybe I don't know. I should have put a link to my OnlyFans at the bottom.
Hashtag ad.
I can confirm his OnlyFans is pretty good.
That's right. I got something for everybody there. Everybody. We got the T's, the A's, the P's, and the P's. We got both P parties in there. It's great. That sounded worse than I imagined.
Oh my god.
Go subscribe to Cliff's OnlyFans, guys.
If you can find it, good luck. But I could use the money.
It's Cliff on your comics.
Oh, the initials are COC, but that's not what you. It's not what you think.
Oh, he's back again. Here's Rob, speak of the devil.
You're talking about me, so what else am I supposed to do?
Beetlejuice.
I've watched your birthday portion of that Only Slabs maybe 16 times.
You're the spike in the graph. No, just kidding.
I have truly. I am probably the spike in the graph. I have enjoyed it so much. I thought it was so great. I was really impressed with everybody.
You know what? I have it as a separate file now, so I might upload it as a members only content or something, just for people who do want to see it. We don't have to scroll through the.
Yeah. I don't even remember who your guest was for that episode. All I focused on was like, this was great.
That's right, SCG. He said there's something for everybody, so I decided to come and find out what's in it for me.
Yeah.
Well, it starts with a P, and it's not my favorite thing, so there's always that. Yeah,
Pantaloons
and pineapple. So now TM can be horrified.
Yeah,
Hi,
I
Becker.
don't watch those ones.
Is Becker awake?
Yeah.
Is he awake?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi.
Hey, I'm not awake for much longer.
That's
Gotta
fair.
say, go to bed, Mike.
Getting there.
Yeah.
Just in the last 5 minutes, I just hit the wall.
I understand. I was doing that earlier, and I had
We're
to.
so close to
I
the
had
end.
to hop off for a bit.
Okay. Since you are all here, and Rob,
Are we?
well, you're all physically present in your own way.
All right. Chris is
Good night,
omnipresent.
Biggie. All right, I do have a serious topic. Can we handle a serious topic?
Probably not, but why not? Let's try for it.
All right.
Some of us are adults. Not me.
Well,
some of
I
us.
mean, it's not
Legally.
it's not like life or death serious, right? But it's just I'm trying to wrap my head around a few things.
We're not going to catch charges, are we?
Charges? Oh no.
Okay.
No. So I think I've mentioned to you guys before that we have a comic shop up a ways from me, and they've got a GoFundMe just to hey, help us get through the year, right? And I'm not crazy about it, and yet because of the area that this store is in, they've gotten to $17,000 out of their $23,000 goal. It's a little frustrating.
Why is it frustrating?
Well, for instance, my mom's exercise teacher, her granddaughter had major surgery, has a GoFundMe. They need $20,000, and they've gotten up to maybe $7,000 in the same amount of time.
You can't think like that, though, with any charity that anybody decides to give to.
But anyhow, my point is one is a very serious issue, right? And the other is you're asking for handouts to keep your store afloat. And yes, you have children, and I respect you got to do whatever you got to do. But I just haven't loved that, But also, I'm not going to put this person on blast either. That's why I'm generalizing a lot.
It generally has to do with the broadness of the appeal.
Right. And I'm just saying, I don't find a lot of appeal. And also, I don't think this person in question with their shop, I don't feel like they make the best decisions, right? They recently brought a sitting area into the shop, right? With a TV. And I'm how is this going to make money? I do not see you planning events for this sitting area that you've created. They do a bunch of stuff that is not turning in money, So I don't know. I'm just I'm frustrated, and I really wish that if he was going to do the GoFundMe, that at least he could take some of the stock he has, some of the comics and stuff, and just do thank you packages. Hey, thanks for supporting the shop. Here's a bunch of comics and a few trades.
You'll drive yourself insane trying to understand why stuff that happens, and I mean, sometimes really good things happen to people who don't deserve it. Chris the Comic Vet has multiple awards. I can't explain it. But I just
guy.
I'm right here, Becker. I'm right here.
Yeah, you rode those Rob coattails.
I want on my own. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
I just couldn't help it. As soon as like I realized what I was going to say, I was like, you know what?
PM has more than me now. What do you like?
I don't know. It just seemed like something to do.
I'll just lay my own stream then, will I?
But legit, Cliff, you're going to drive yourself insane trying to.
No, I'm not gonna drive. Like it doesn't keep me from sleeping at night, right? I'm just. This is not the first time that the world has worked this way, and it's bothered me. You know what I mean? I'm just a little frustrated. Now, this person is in an area with people who are wealthy and eccentric, and I feel like that is to their benefit in this scenario, right? But in the meantime, like my LCS needs a couple of upgrades, and I don't know what to do for him, you know. But like, at least
buy comics,
keep buying stuff from him. Yeah,
but I'm saying
buy some incentives.
I do all that stuff. But
Right,
I mean,
well, good for you. So you're doing your part.
At least with him, like we could put together some mystery boxes and stuff to sell online. I'm just trying to think of something.
Well, he could do his own thing. He's a business. He's got his stuff, right?
He does, and he can do his own thing. I'm just saying we could help a little bit.
But you want to, but you're more willing to because you're connected to him.
Yeah, of course. But listen,
go back to my previous statement on these other things.
I do like the other dude, right? But it's just like he's just not interested, and I'm just like, I find this very strange. Thanks. So forget him.
I just think like this North America as a whole is a capitalistic society. Like, live and die by the sword, right?
The greatest thing ever.
And
capitalism.
Yeah,
it's a capitalistic society. It's hey man, like if it doesn't work out, then shut her down and try something else. But when it comes to people requiring some help with healthcare and that, like that's a different animal altogether. Like I think we're as a community, if this is one of your neighbors, what's $5 or $10, like, or a little bit more if you can't afford it. And I did deserve those awards. So screw you, Mike.
I couldn't resist. That was so fun.
Chris put in the work.
For the same reason, I like when I realized I was going to come into the comic book room and go live and join
like
the
a wrecking
stream. I was
ball.
like, ooh, I need to find that Andy Reid art. And I went back out to the living room to grab it. Like, I can't help it. Some people just like to poke at others. It's all in good humor.
Yeah.
Chris knows I mean well.
Just like ice cream. It's all good humor.
Yeah.
Or blue
literally.
Bunny,
maybe. We have Perry's around here. It's quite interesting.
I have neither of the brands I just mentioned, but
okay.
it was more about the pun.
Okay, I appreciate you. I mean, by the way, we obviously have whatever. What was the one you said? Blue what?
Blue Bunny.
Yeah, Blue Bunny is definitely in our supermarkets.
Yeah, that's the one that's usually out here. We don't have it as much in the supermarket. It's more the ones if you are lucky enough to find an ice cream vending machine. That's usually what's in it. Yeah.
Man, just thinking about capitalism, my pants got tighter.
It's because you all say that I'm the tycoon. Beckerman's the real tycoon.
I remember as a
See,
kid,
this is another one of my shticks. Whenever I'm around Chris, I just go super American. Like.
I remember as a kid, someone's like talking about Superman, the truth, justice, and American way, and someone else said, "What? Capitalism and the destruction of the blue collar workforce."
That's right.
Yeah, I was.
That's what Superman's all about, is it?
I was just reading an article by someone who left Superman.
He used up his planet and he came here. He's going to use our resources. He's trying to steal our sun.
Aliens.
They took our jobs. Took a job as a reporter. He didn't need it.
He's on the other side of the wall.
Well, the other side of the atmosphere. But what?
They took our jobs.
How many radiation belts did that rocket ship have to throttle through?
Anytime you want MadSpidey, we'll replenish the box.
Yeah, here we go. It's about the only thing regular about my
your show
about my stream.
All right, we'll throw in Spider-Man number 8.
Ooh.
Oh.
I want to say that might be the first issue of Spider-Man I read.
Mr. Miracle number 1. Of course,
Of that run of Spider-Man.
That run of that.
I love the art on that Spider-Man.
Ooh, interesting.
Inyok Lee Carnage issue 3.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. Mystery box. I don't know.
Okay, I was gonna say like that's what I meant. I was like, I know you didn't pick that for yourself.
Rogue and Gambit issue 3.
Very
No,
nice,
where's
very
Simple Simon with his Kiss covers?
That's right. Star Wars Hidden Empire issue 3.
You know what that
Simon
cover
is another
could
Kiss
use?
cover collector.
Yeah.
You know what that cover could use?
What?
Some fangs.
Oh
Yeah.
no! Here we go again.
Get it
Rob,
sent
you
to
missed this whole
actual
thing about
Dracula.
vampires.
Oh, that's
Midnight Suns issue 5.
He didn't want my idea.
Nakayama.
See, fangs would look great on that one.
And it would be appropriate.
Wolverine issue 32.
And this one has fangs. Thanks,
Yeah.
Sabretooth.
Bigger
They
fangs.
could have more fangs if
and
If
even
Drac
claws.
could
You
get
don't even
off
have to
his
go the
ass.
extra mile.
Thor issue 7.
It's a bit of a.
Nice.
That's the
average.
second printing.
That's a bit of an
variant.
average cover.
That one's weird.
Thor
Right, like-
issue 5.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Here we go. Remember when Thor was the hottest thing going?
Oh,
Secret
the God of
Empire.
Hammers stuff.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it? Yeah, God of Hammers or Black? What was it?
Black Winter.
What? Black Winter. That's the one.
Alien.
That's cool.
Amazing covers, and I know no one reading it.
Voices
Lotto
Legacy
cover.
1.
Oh, that's a gorgeous.
I
cover.
read Alien when PKJ was writing it, but
I got
Yeah.
the original art to that cover.
Emma Frost.
Ooh.
Hellfire Gala. Marauders issue 21. Some Jim Lee X-Men.
Oh, those were the
Never
days.
heard of that book.
Time for more
Yeah.
X-Force 1? Or are we
Yeah,
not
it's
back
just-
to that yet?
This is $1.50, so it's the original. In case anybody's thinking it's a facsimile.
Oh,
I do have a whole stack of those X-Men number 1s now
That's
too.
that's
It's-
a minor key, isn't it? Right there.
This Dr. Fate issue
Mhm.
1.
Yeah.
I think so.
first appearance as a checkerboard.
What?
Let's
Is
see,
he
this
gonna
is
get a dent in his helmet?
my Absolute Carnage, Miles Morales, issue 1.
Ooh, Scorpion.
One of the few pieces of that crossover I actually enjoyed.
The Joker, Uncovered.
Norman
Oh, the covers
Rockwell.
book.
That's a great cover.
Looks like Pomejo.
Star Wars High Republic, issue 3.
It's a key.
That's a funny looking Yoda.
Batman, issue 367.
Oh,
Just needs to cut the grass.
And Batman 360.
360.
It's about a few issues ago.
We just went a full 360.
There you go. That's what we're going to put inside the box this week.
Ah, cool. At least we didn't have to say it this time, Chris.
Yeah, watch your back.
No, I was thinking more though. What the hell?
Yeah. Did
No,
you
I
get
bet
my
it's
box,
cool.
Rob?
I did.
Okay.
There are in here now, there are some books that on the backer boards say, and I didn't put them all in, only a couple, and I'll cycle them. So some of them say, like the fat stack. Some of them say Walmart pack. Some of them say there's stuff that says slab. There's stuff that, so kind of mixed in some of those extra things in here.
Oh, that's
But
what I
I-
was going to ask. Picking for Taylor Winder or picking for me is more nerve wracking, Chris.
Ooh.
Mark.
Oh,
And here's the kicker. Mark's won a handful of times. He doesn't even open them. They're just sitting beside his camera. He
yeah,
doesn't
for
even
like,
open
oh,
the
this is
bloody
a
thing.
winning from Only Slabs 2 years ago.
Yeah, this is from 3 years ago. Look, Chris, you pulled these ones. I'm
Stuff
like,
from
what?
like 3 years ago, just sitting there.
Yeah, it's not even open. No, Spidey. But all seriousness, pulling for you is a little bit
bad. It's all he
easier,
wants is
a
any
little bit
Marvel.
easier than TW because TW is, first of all, is hypercritical of everything. So, I'll just go for sexy covers. At least with you, I know it may not be Spider-Man, but if it's got a Marvel logo on it, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
For Taylor, all you have to do is get him something old.
Yeah.
Problem is, there's only so much old stuff in here.
Yeah. Or Independence.
I do put it in here, but it's like
TW is a teddy bear. This is true.
Anything to do with Taylor is nerve-wracking.
And the thing, if you ever meet Taylor Winder, exactly what he's like on camera is exactly what he's like in person.
So weirdly enough, I haven't, but I've been in the same room with him multiple times.
Oh, really?
No.
And you didn't know?
So, well, we found out, like, we were so I can't remember. I think it was on like a White Shadow banter or something like that, or maybe Remy. But no, it was a long time ago, so I'm betting banter. We're just talking, and I said, "Oh yeah, I saw that band in Madison. I was at this place, and I saw him like there 3 times." And he's like, "I was at every one of those shows." And the bar I'm talking about, it's not that big. Like we're talking maybe a crowd of 200 to 250 people.
Wow.
And Taylor and I would have both been there. And
it shared a urinal.
I think that's funny.
Running out of
And then like we've been to the same Wizard World Madison. We both were at the Tenacious D Weezer show in Madison. So like, yeah, just multiple times, like and the fact that he knew who those poor bastards are and that he'd been to the High Noon Saloon and that he was like, yeah, I was, because he lived there.
So
yeah, that is true. I've met Biggie Shack, though.
The elusive Biggie Shack.
Oh, I read it as exclusive.
Could be that, too.
It was cool, man. Big was one of the, so I was sick the year before at C2E2, and then I went the next year, the year of the nonsense with Black Flag Comics, and I met Chip in that line, and videotaped it. I said, that's the funny thing about the comic community hunter bit that I did with Chip. That was in the infamous Black Flag line, and I got none of it. I just filmed Chip.
Amazing.
A lot of things happened that weekend to Black Flag.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
and then he lost his wife.
But that moment was so like big, and I'm like the only one recording in the line, and I'm not recording anything to do with the comic books. I was just there to hunt Chip and do a terrible Australian accent.
That whole thing with Peach Momoko at Comic-Con 2 years ago, that all took place just like 100 feet away from me and Sam. And we're just walking around, meeting people, videotaping everything. And I said to him, and it's not even on film, when I saw her line, I said, I don't like this. I was like, and they should put an end to, I hope they put an end to this sort of thing where people show up on a line and have like all these comic book boxes strapped to them, and they expect that it is their right, because they paid to be here, that artists should sign 250 copies of whatever the hell they brought with them, right?
I've seen issues like that before.
And like, so I said that, and then I walked away. And then sure enough, later on, there's like 4 or 5 people with the New York Comic Con shirt being like, no, you can't come here. And I'm like, what do you mean? We can't even say hello? They're like, no. And I'm like, what happened here? Mm-hmm. And then I found out all the other terrible stuff, that people going crazy, demanding all sorts of stuff, her hiding under the table. It was horrible.
She's not a very big person either, is she? Like, you've met her a couple times.
Japanese woman, of course not.
No, I mean, like, she's not even like 5 foot, 110 pounds, right? Like, she's a very
maybe she's 5 foot, I think.
Yeah, she's a Japanese woman.
Well, that's stereotypes, man. That ain't cool. You're better than that, Rob.
Without stereotypes.
Hold on. That's not a stereotype. That is the statistical average for a Japanese woman. She could deviate from that up or down, sure, but that's a statistical average.
that she's.
Oh yeah,
with
you
him
did
and
go
a
to
bunch of-
Nerdy Girls B-Day party. I remember that. You telling me about it. I didn't do too much at that con. What? We went out for a fancy dinner one night. I didn't really do any of the hangouts. I don't go out. I don't drink really too much. I mean, I do drink, but not
With
late
people?
at night.
Sam Becker.
And really, yeah, not really with people. I'm not big on the parties.
There's one other thing I got
anymore.
for this giveaway bin that I thought of you, and it's not New Warriors directly. I'm going to a con tomorrow, and Chris Marinen's going to be there. So I'm going to take this with me, and I'm going to have him sign it for the giveaway bin.
Love me some Nova. And Mark Stegbauer was the inker, my buddy. I actually, at that C2E2, Mark saved my butt because I didn't have a Sharpie to get CB Sobolski to do the remark on my Marvel editor-in-chief's thing. And I was like, who do I know here that would give me a Sharpie in that Artist Alley? And I was like, Stegbauer's here. Ran over to his booth. I was like, Mark, can I get a Sharpie? He's like, yeah. I was like, I'll bring it right back. He's like, I don't care. Keep it. So yeah, Mark came in through clutch.
Nice.
I love those when those things happen at a con.
Yeah, Mark's great. I've known that dude. Again, another guy I know from going to Madison, Wisconsin for comic book stuff.
I'm gonna head to bed, guys. Thanks for having me, Mad Spidey. Have a good night, everybody. Rob, Papa Wheelie, Chris, Cliff, Beckerman. Go Chiefs!
I'm not trying to do this
Chiefs.
I am gonna go to bed too.
Go Chefs!
As usual, thank
Go
you for
Chiefs.
Thank you for listening to my GoFundMe rant. And I don't know. I'm tired. Everyone have a lovely evening. Take care.
Go Chiefs, Cliff.
Papa Wheelie will be on the Council Comics tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We're doing Back to the Future 3. Don't forget. All right. Bye.
That's right. Biggie. Bang, bang.
Another one.
Niners goo.
You got we actually got Barry Bostwick will be at the con tomorrow.
Bueller.
Barry Bostwick as
Barry
in
Bostwick,
Brady Bunch
Rocky
or
Horror Picture
Rocky
Show.
Horror?
Brad.
Okay.
Oh,
And the mayor from Spin City. Yeah.
I was trying to think of the Bueller's best friend. What was his name?
That was he was also on Spin City, but he played a different character.
Yeah.
But
Alan.
the Bueller line
Alan
has
Ruck.
been still,
Alan Ruck.
or Ben Stein. I mean,
So Alan Ruck married the actress that played Brad Pitt's wife on World War Z, and I was on a flight with both of them from LAX to.
And how are they connected to Kevin Bacon?
Let me see.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, a few weeks ago, I had one of those moments where like worlds collided in my head, and I realized something for years. On Rob Liefeld's social media, I've always thought his wife looks incredibly familiar. Do you know where this is going, Chris?
Yeah. Of course.
So she's a triplet.
Yes.
And who's her sister?
Saved by the Bell, baby.
Bell Tori, yeah. Did I tell you about this already?
No,
Or,
but yeah,
no. I didn't know. I was like,
I thought his wife
man,
was the actress from Saved by the Bell.
You know, not an actress I would have ever seen in anything else. So I haven't thought about her in years.
She's aged
and I was
very
always
well.
like, man, you look like somebody. Like do I know Rob's wife somehow?
That is all about people's wives. Yeah.
Alan
But
Ruck
yeah, so
was in Dr.
Rob
Detroit.
Liefeld's wife is a triplet to the woman who played Tori on Saved by the Bell that replaced Tiffany Amber for what, a season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Chris, Alan Ruck was in Dr. Detroit with Fran Drescher, who was in The Big Picture with Kevin Bacon.
Okay. Now, what about his wife, the actress that was in World War Z with Brad Pitt?
What's his wife's name?
Oh, you know what? Her first name is actually difficult to pronounce. She was in the AMC show The Killing, that was very popular at the beginning.
Which wife?
Ellen, the redhead.
Oh,
Okay,
Muriel Enos.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it Muriel? It's French. Enos.
Yeah, Muriel.
Muriel
So she was in
Enos.
World War Z.
Ha ha ha.
All right, she was in World War Z with Brad Pitt, who was in Sleepers with Kevin Bacon.
Boom.
Oh, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Barely even 6 degrees.
If there's ever a question, just go to the Oracle of Bacon. No, literally, that's the
That's a
website.
thing?
It's called the
sounds
Oracle of
delicious.
It's the oracleofbacon.org, and it's literally just like Kevin Bacon 2, and there's a blank. You just fill it in, and it fills out the connections of how he's connected.
But that defeats the purpose of having fun with the game.
Some people have too much free time on their hands. Seriously.
Hey,
it's an algorithm.
It allows you to name anybody.
Isn't there a website about like whether or not you would have been snapped away by Thanos?
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think there's a website, like, or if you type in Google, would I have been snapped away by Thanos? And if your screen just all blows away, the answer would be yes. Yeah.
You know what I always thought was a really helpful movie for playing 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon? Flatliners, because everyone is in Flatliners. Like, it's just one of those deep cast movies.
It's a bit like The Outsiders too. Like all that era was like all the big name.
Everybody was
actors,
in that movie.
Everybody was in it, and everybody sort of like got their start. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them got their start from that movie too.
Yeah.
Not all of them went any further than that, but most of them did.
So let's see. What's the cast of Flatliners? You got Julia Roberts, Kiefer Sutherland, Kevin Bacon, Oliver Platt, William Baldwin, KK Dodds.
They redid Flatliners too, didn't they? Like that was yeah.
Yeah, they did remake it. But just that top list, how many movies can you connect Kiefer and Julia Roberts? You know what I mean? Like, Julia Roberts opens up a ton of movies for you.
Right? Because she was a part of the Ocean's 11 movie, and then like,
yeah,
look, like right there.
Everybody's in that.
There's probably a few movies through history that have sort of done that for certain groups, or like that year's A-list of movie stars, or
Expendables for every action star ever.
Yeah.
You know what's really interesting? I read something, an article this morning, I think it was, that made a connection that I hadn't realized with as far as like in the sci-fi realm. It was an article about Buck Rogers, right? And it was talking about Star Wars and how some of the stuff with people nostalgia for certain things, and they create stuff. So there's a lot of stuff today is nostalgia for Star Wars and created based on this. But the Star Wars was a nostalgia piece as well. Lucas is well known for having wanted to do either Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers, but couldn't get the properties, so he did his own thing and created his own space opera type stuff. But was interesting. They said it was, first of all, it was Star Wars made a change from traditional, some of these sci-fi stuff, soap operas of the past, was always this notion of a man out of time, or a man who's in with other people. Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers both did this, was a common trope. Star Wars broke away from that. But they said, so Buck Rogers was the first, right? Then Flash Gordon came later. But you take Buck Rogers, they said there's also the connection to what happens later on was also with Captain America. That Captain America took this trope of this man out of time. But not only did that, they took Buck Rogers and they made it Steve Rogers. And then they took and Buck Rogers had a partner whose a sidekick whose name was Buddy that they changed to Bucky. They took Buck Rogers, they split it apart, and it became this Captain America. I was like, holy shit! I never made that connection before. That's like hella crazy.
So who created Captain America? That was Joe Simon, wasn't it?
Yeah, Joe Simon.
Did Joe Simon work on any Buck Rogers titles? Because there would be your connection right away.
Well, it wasn't really titles; it was just strips back then. But just it doesn't necessarily mean that you're just inspired by things, or you take a concept that's there. Just like Flash Gordon, it was very much, it was taken Buck Rogers. What was interesting was from a dailies and newsprint standpoint, Buck Rogers was first, Flash Gordon was second, but Flash Gordon's movie came out or had the first set of serials that came out. And then Buck Rogers came out later. Then they turned around, and when they went to make the Buck Rogers one, they purposely went and grabbed Buster Crabbe, who was Flash Gordon, and had him play the character of Buck Rogers in the Buck Rogers ones. But there's a lot of stuff in that Buck Rogers serial because there was only really one of them. There wasn't this whole ton of them like some of the others. That some of the elements of what was going on are very much forefront in Star Wars today if you go and watch this stuff. But anyways, I just thought it was interesting, the connection with Steve Rogers and Bucky and all that stuff. I thought that was really interesting when I read that this morning.
Nicolas Cage and Kevin Bacon are the same thing. I like that, Biggie.
Bacon Cage.
I always thought Tom Sizemore was interchangeable with Mickey Rourke. And then they were in the same movie together, Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man.
Nicolas Cage.
Oh, that's a blast from the past.
So Nicolas Cage's connection is really interesting in the movies that they chose, but Gone in 60 Seconds connected to Robert Duvall, who was in James Manfield's car with Kevin Bacon. They're both car movies.
Who's the
biggest comic collecting celebrities? Well, Nick Cage.
Nick Cage, obviously.
Wesley Snipes.
No, Method. Is it Method or Common that collects comics?
Both.
Okay.
I've met Common at a comic shop, actually.
Wesley Snipes was in Coming to America 2, or Coming to America with John Legend, who was in Loverboy with Kevin Bacon.
Oh, God. Every time we mention it, I Rob just wants to put it in that.
Sebastian Bach was pretty heavy into comic collecting at one point. I don't know if he still is. Eminem, comic book collector. Who are some of the others?
Sebastian Bach was an American Satan with Denise Richards, who was in Wild Things with Kevin Bacon.
Rob's having too much fun.
Jim Cornette has sold a few of his comics, though. He famously sold his AF-15 to buy that wall around his house after that idiot crashed into his property. Cornette sold an AF-15 and built a stone wall around his house. And his mother had bought it for his birthday. And I think she paid something like, now granted, it would have been in the 70s, in the earlier part of the 70s, but Cornette's mom, I think, bought an AF-15 for $80, if I remember the story correctly. And then later on in life, he traded that for a stone wall around his massive property. So pretty good investment.
Yeah. Fortify the walls.
I can't even think of anybody else. Celebrity-wise.
Well, I know Cavill has a few Superman keys. I know that
I'm sure he does.
And I know like his favorite Superman series was Red Sun. But who knows?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct, Biggie. He was a carpenter.
Yeah. He was an American Graffiti before Star Wars.
God, I know there's a few, like I've heard of actors who have played a superhero part and either bought or been given books related to them, but that's not really collecting as such.
Yeah. Seinfeld and his favorite issues are always the Bizarro ones.
Yes, Seinfeld for sure.
Yep.
Well, if you like, I'm not a big Seinfeld guy, but the Superman statue
And Magnet.
that's actually in the background is actually a Bowen design statue, which is the ones that all I showcase on my channel. That was one of his first big releases that Bowen Designs did. Was a Batman? There was basically the matching Batman and Superman, like the two Jim Lee covers that you see.
Big Sing, I know a member from Metallica has a big collection. Kirk Hammett is a big horror movie poster collector. That I know for sure because he's displayed it in different museums across North America.
Sure, why not? Or well, no, not directly, but he worked with Jesus once.
And Jesus has worked with Kevin Bacon?
No. He was asking. He said that Jesus was a carpenter and was asking if Harrison was Jesus. And I said no, but he worked with Jesus.
Oh God! I can't think of anybody else.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
What are you trying to think of?
And then there's a few wrestlers. I mean, obviously, CM Punk's a comic book collector. Danhausen. Punk just famously gave Danhausen another AF-15 story. When Danhausen got hurt and was having mental health issues, CM Punk gave him an AF-15 to cheer him up. So if CM Punk ever hears this message, I've really got the blues.
Yeah, I'm not doing so well. I'm having dark thoughts.
There seems to be a bit of a correlation between rappers and comic books, actually.
Rappers, wrestlers, honestly, musicians in general, I think have always had connections to comic books. Look at Kiss had that comic book that they put their blood into, the first printing of their Marvel Kiss magazine or whatever. And that, they had that famous gimmick of they each donated blood to the printers. That made worldwide news at the time.
Yeah. The Marvel Super Special.
Alice Cooper was in a comic book.
He has comics right now.
Yeah.
I tried to get in a comic book, but I wouldn't fit.
There's been a few.
You've been on a few covers. What are you talking about?
I said I don't fit inside.
No.
What about Mark Hamill? Do you reckon Mark Hamill collects comics?
He does. I can confirm that because he's gone comic book hunting with a friend of mine. Bill Morrison used to go comic hunting when he lived in LA. He would go comic hunting.
Maybe that's why. I think I might have heard that from you before.
He has a pretty good Golden Age collection from what I've been told.
Only Slabs? Put out the word, Mike.
Yeah, if you get Mark Hamill on Only Slabs.
Yeah, if we're not averaging like 5,000 people for that episode, we're doing something wrong then.
Hamill wrote a comic, didn't he? Oh, I got no idea.
Yeah, he wrote a Jack in the Box comic, didn't he?
No idea.
Well, and I know he wrote Mark Hamill wrote an issue of Treehouse of Horror for Bill.
Kevin Smith.
He's selling his collection again.
Is he?
He was, or no, he was art. He had posted some things not about a month ago on Instagram that he was moving some stuff. I can't remember why.
Taboo.
Now there'd be a good one to go through. Treehouse of Horror. Bill got a lot of celebrities to write issues for that. He got Lemmy Kilmister.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Motorhead.
Yeah, Motorhead. Who else would have been on that list? Mark Hamill made me think of it though. And then I'm just trying to remember all of the different musicians that have had comic books published.
Well, that's the thing. Like, 'cause I know, there's been
The
a lot of
brothers from Nelson.
covers. There's been a lot of covers from like certain bands and things like that, but not necessarily had anything to do with the interiors.
Ricky Rocket from Poison is a big comic collector.
Brothers from Nelson, Matt and Gunner.
Yeah, that's they were Ozzy and Harriet's kids, right?
Yeah.
The Weeknd.
Oh, was it Ozzy and Harriet?
Yeah, Ozzy
Or
and Harriet.
Ricky Nelson. I thought it was Ricky Nelson's kids.
Yeah, I got that confused, didn't I?
Yeah, Elvis
Ricky
loved Captain
Nelson.
Marvel Jr.
Who were Ozzy and Harriet's kids?
Interesting choice, Captain Marvel Jr. for Elvis. You think he'd be? Actually, I wouldn't be able to pick who he'd like. I don't know. I picked Elvis as maybe a Superman guy, but
no, he liked Shazam.
Oh, Ricky Nelson was the kid of Ozzy, and so his grandchildren.
Oh,
Nelson would have been the grandchildren. Duh. Lil Ricky. Actual name Eric, known as Ricky.
oh.
Yeah, it's pretty cool going through the list, though.
Well, you guys get plenty of wrestlers going to cons, don't you? Like as guests.
Oh yeah.
But we can't talk about it because MadSpidey doesn't like to talk about it.
About what? Wrestling?
Yep.
I have a clip and everything, especially for it.
I thought you would have been like a fan of the Bushwhackers.
No,
They're
he
New
hates
Zealanders.
wrestling.
They're New Zealanders. So definitely not.
Where's your wrestling clip, MadSpidey?
I am not listening to Jeffrey, but he's still talking. I am not listening to you.
But you know, Spidey, we are depending on you because they are going to Australia next month. We're depending on you to give us all the scoop information on what's going on.
Like pictures of programs and everything, man.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling it's like over in the Western Australia.
It's in
like,
Perth.
yeah, way too far away. You'd have to ask either.
That's like a couple blocks from you.
You'd have to ask either Werewolf by lunchtime or Mark the Cuddy Sark if those two guys are over that side.
No, they're going to.
They're only going
Isn't
to Perth.
Australia just like a state?
Yeah, it's for the. Well, I don't know if they may go to some other places while they're there, but the premium live event is in Perth.
Yeah.
And that's they're they're bringing with them their Aussie contingent. All three of them, I think, right?
And we have actually proven, Mike, that the actual physical area of Australia is exactly about the same size as the US.
No,
continental US.
Sound right.
Not
US.
like not Canada and not just America.
Yeah, see,
I don't think so.
Clumsy says it's a 6-hour flight from the East Coast. That's about what it is for me to go to the East Coast of the United States. So,
Mike looks like he's in that mood right now. He's going to be like, why don't you just hop on your kangaroo and go to the damn wrestling event, man? Check it out for us.
A lot of what I say is just to get Chris going.
and to try and get a rise out of me as well.
Yeah.
It's just like,
if I can do both, then mission accomplished.
It's the way the way the sweet American baby Jesus wanted it.
Exactly. The first time I said freedom units, I thought Chris was going to fall out of his chair.
The one that gets me still sometimes, like I see freedom fries. Oh, that just gets me.
That was a great time in our history.
Oh, I love that one.
It's good. It's a good thing
Can I
this
get a
country.
large French fry? You mean freedom fries, sir?
That's right. It's a good thing this
Well-
country doesn't villainize any other countries.
Oh, Frank.
Well, I put Liberty cabbage on my hot dogs. I don't touch sauerkraut.
Sweet Liberty. You put sweet Liberty cabbage and not sauerkraut.
Sweet Liberty cabbage.
Ooh.
I'll be damned if I'm going to let those Germans win.
We're back to back World War II champs, baby. Let's go.
Oh, that was the one I got you on when you were like, Canada was in it. I was like, what, you mean when America single-handedly won World War II?
Yeah, like, hello, the term allies really means something when it comes to World War II.
Not to me, it doesn't.
Oh, and the when Sergeant Slaughter turned, oh, that was great too. Ah, frig.
Bye, Scott.
Bye, Scott. Catch me on your cameras later.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see the photos and the footage of that event. That is going to be
You
very
guys have
interesting.
cameras over there?
Yeah, it's the old pinhole light box sort of style. If you're old enough to remember that stuff.
I'm not sure what other countries have, Spidey. I know what America has.
Well, don't forget that we're actually closer to Asia, and they're technologically more advanced than any other region in the whole
I
of
don't
Australia.
think so, friend. Oh, it's been silly.
Kangaroo carriages. That'd be interesting. So if you don't pay them
Not
with
a thing?
food, they beat you up. Oh boy! All right, nice quiet time. Might be a good time to call it a night.
Cue the Remy.
Cue the Remy. I don't have the Remy, but I have.
No,
the,
I was trying to cue Remy to show up.
Oh yeah, but he waits till I've nearly said the whole spiel of saying
Said it
goodnight.
twice
And it's
now.
like, okay, let's
Where's
go.
Remy? I said his name 3 times.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you to everybody who jumped on the panel, everybody in the chat. Greatly appreciate each and every one of you. I'm going to end this before Remy comes and keeps it going. Peace out, everybody. Take care.
Freedom fries.